over 35,000 visitors and over 140 participating countries. The exhibition industry in Africa to also look forward to. Join leading automotive manufacturers, suppliers, and enthusiasts seeking to capitalize on the growing potential of intra-African trade in this industry at IATF 2025. The automotive show is anchored around 10 other components, and these are Trade Exhibition, Trade and Investment Forum, Creative African Nexus, a B2B and B2G platform, Special Days, IATF Virtual, AU Youth Startup Program, Global Africa Day, Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF, and Sub-Sovereign Governments Network. To participate and register for the Automotive Show, send your inquiry today to auto@intraafricantradefair.com or visit intraafricantradefair.com. Access more innovation at IATF, the gateway to new opportunities. Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, the African Union Commission, and the AFCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships, and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade to connect you with sponsors, investors, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean, and the rest of the world. Whether seasoned player or a sub, IATF
the audios playing around are not for entertainment only. They are good statistics for your conversations where you need to look important and start your conversations with, but those are invitations for you to be in Algiers, Algeria, between the 4th and the 10th of September. Why do we want to start emphasis as early as this? It's because imagine we have less than 3 months to register for this event, sign up, get approvals, get a pavilion in Algiers, process your goods. People or businesses like House of Procurement, headed by Bernardo Dote, that process huge consignments of supplies globally, will need to have their stands over there in Algiers. So some of these things need to be done a bit early. Ladies and gentlemen, kama si sasa, come on, say it with me, kama si sasa, wacha niseme vile munaeza elewa. Kama sio sasa, ni sasa hivi. So I would encourage all of you to please pass by the booths and sign up. And as you can tell, we are set to start. So I'd like to ask you to be on your feet as we welcome our guests so that we may start officially. Karibu sana, Honorable CS, most welcome. And the chief guest, we could give a warm hand clap, to... All right. With your permission, Honorable CS, allow me to usher in now a chance for us to sing the national anthem and the Afri-Exim Bank anthem. Technical team could start us with the Kenya national anthem. Let's have the Afri-Exim Bank anthem.
From within the shores of the motherland and far beyond, with dignity we rise and we build a bridge for all. With integrity, respect, trust, excellence, commitment, creativity. We will build for Africa's prosperity. We will build for them now and posterity. As we standing together, we prevail to forever. We are transforming Africa's trade. Oh, we are African. We will build for Africa's prosperity. We will build for them now and posterity. As we standing together, we prevail to forever. We are transforming Africa's praise. Oh, we are African.
Great, thank you. You may have your seats. The Honorable CS, Cabinet Secretary Lee Kinyanjui of the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, the chief guest and the keynote speaker of the day, Mr. Haysam Elmayergi, the Executive Vice President, Afri-Exim Bank, Global Trade Bank, Dr. Gainmo Zanamwe, Director, Trade Facilitation and Investment at Afri-Exim Bank, Mr. Matereke, Regional Director, Regional Operations at the Afri-Exim Bank, Ms. Lucy Mushoki, Acting CEO, KNCCI, that is the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and the representative for Dr. Ruto, who is the chamber president today. Kahina Tunsi, the first secretary in charge of the affairs of Algerian embassy to Kenya. And Algeria is important here because they'll be hosting this year's fair between the 4th and the 10th of September. Mr. Jas Bedi, the chair of the Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency. Ms. Flois Mukabana, Chief Executive Officer, the Kenya Export and Promotion and Branding Agency, I beg your pardon. The business community, private sector players, national delegates, members of the Fourth Estate, my colleagues. Good morning. Habari ya asubuhi. Saubona. You say Yebo, that is South African. Bawani, Nigerians. French speakers, bonjour à tous. Ça va? Ah, merci. It's my honor today to welcome you to the Nairobi IATF Roadshow of 2025. As you may know, the Intra-African Trade Fair is a biannual event that happens, of course, after every 2 years. And this is one of the 4 roadshows that are happening in key African economies, among them Lagos, Johannesburg, Nairobi, and now it's our time to host. Next week, there'll be another one in Accra and Johannesburg, and like that. My name is Brian Jojotieno. I am news anchor, business reporter at NTV, and I will be your MC and moderator for this event. Most welcome once again. I'd like to first start by establishing a bit of housekeeping. Number 1, kindly remember to manage your phones. Keep them either on silent. In fact, zipandishe ndege, ziende Algiers. Put them on flight mode. This is a networking event. Kindly grab a business card of someone who you would wish to do business with. Don't sit with the same person you were with here. I can see my colleagues like Jimmy Mbogo in the media are just seated with the same people they came with. Feel free to move around, grab a contact here and there, and you could stand to gain your next business connection out of it. Wi-Fi has been provided. It is in your guest login details right there. So there's free Wi-Fi from Kempinski. But ladies and gentlemen, as a cybersecurity reminder, kindly do note that you shouldn't access your mobile banking or insurance or your money market funds with public Wi-Fi. For safety, switch over to mobile data and now switch again back to the Wi-Fi in case you need massive internet needs. Last but not least, I want to sing this song here enough times today that you should sign up to be at the IATF in between the 4th and 10th of September this year in Algiers, Algeria. And it is good for you to sign up this early because of the aforementioned issues. I'd like to emphasize that Afrexim Bank has honored Kenya so much as a key economic region in the African continent to bring a roadshow here. Could we appreciate Afrexim Bank for that? Just as a, here's why. We are a leader in tech, innovation, in fintech. The startup ecosystem in Kenya is doing robustly well, and much as Africa, for example, lost or rather ceded ground with regard to funding towards startups last year, Kenya remained one of the largest receivers or recipients of venture capital. So that says something about the tech sector, and we shouldn't take that for granted. We are a global processor and a global pioneer in payment processing. So we should be having a pavilion at the IATF. And so, Honorable CS, this is a call to action that we may speed up as fast as possible to be in Algeria. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Sonto. Sonto is somewhere there. She'll be assisting with the registration process. My point of contact will be Miriam. Miriam, where are you? She'll be somewhere around here. If you need to sign up, please approach any of the ushers. They'll be able to wait on you and tell you where to sign up for. Oh, yeah, there's Sonto. Yeah. Sonto, please wave. Please, pass by that desk, know how to sign up, get your visas on time, get your goods taken to Algeria on time so that we can be there and represent in a big way. But most importantly, I'd like you to enjoy today's session. We have great speeches coming up. We have keynote speeches. We have a wonderful panel that will be telling us just how much we have done as a continent towards spurring intra-Africa trade, but also to give us a reality check that 15% intra-Africa trade, we could do better. You agree? Great. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, allow me now to give you just a bit of a glimpse of what you should be expecting in this IATF 2025 video that should be rolling right now. Media team? All right, as they get that ready, please tweet, take a picture, talk about this event, let the world know that we're here. I particularly want to pit Kenya against Nigeria because I know Nigeria will come out in a big way at the at the IATF in Algeria. So please, tweet, let them know we are here. Media team, if you're ready. All right, James Turuthi, the chairperson of TESPOC, is here. Those are key private sector players. James Turuki, if you're here with us, we'd like to see you. There you go. There you go. Once again, Bernardo Dote from House of Procurement. Please stand. You need to be seen. There you go. That's Bernardo Dote from House of Procurement. It's a global procurement processor and a key private sector player.
Get ready.
All right. I think we're ready.
Get ready for the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair in the People's Republic of Algeria. Africa's premier trade and investment event is presented by the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, the African Union Commission, and the AFCFTA Secretariat. Join us from September the 4th to the 10th, 2025 to access more opportunities for trade, partnerships, and possibilities across Africa. With over 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 plus attendees from 140 plus countries, and the potential to generate $44 billion in trade and investment opportunities, this edition is set to be a game changer. Access more trade. Showcase your products and services in our customized pavilions, designed to connect you with sponsors, investors, partners, and decision makers from business, government, the diaspora, the Caribbean, and the rest of the world. Whether you're a seasoned player or a startup, IATF 2025 opens doors to more connections, collaborations, and growth. Over 7 exciting days, you'll be inspired by distinguished leading speakers from Africa and around the globe and gain valuable insights into the continent's trade and investment landscape, while elevating your brand recognition and showcasing your vibrant range of African products and services. Access more insights. Be inspired by world-class speakers and industry leaders at the Trade and Investment Forum. Learn about trade opportunities under AFCFTA. Tackle key barriers to intra-African trade and gain practical tools through training workshops on exporting, standards, and marketing. Access more creativity. Celebrate Africa's vibrant creative economy at the Creative Africa Nexus, where fashion, music, film, arts and crafts, sports, literature, and culinary arts take center stage. Discover new markets and untapped talent in an atmosphere brimming with energy and innovation. Access more markets. The African Buyers Program and matchmaking sessions ensure meaningful exchanges, enabling businesses to conclude impactful deals. Access more engagement. The Special Day segment is open to countries, private and public sector entities, and offers tailored opportunities for countries and entities to highlight their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural potential. Access more connections. Through the IATF virtual platform, You can showcase your goods, services, and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform available all year round. Access more innovation. Explore the future of Africa's automotive industry with auto manufacturers, OEMs, and suppliers. Access more growth. See the next generation of African innovators showcase their bold ideas and prototypes at our dedicated pavilion for African youth startups. Access more connections. IATF 2025 Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, a market, exhibitions, and a distinctly African cultural and gastronomic showcase. Access more expertise. Dive into cutting-edge research and inventions by students, academics, and national researchers that are shaping Africa's future with the Africa Research and Innovation Hub at IATF. Access more partnerships. The African Sub-Sovereign Governments Network Conference presents a platform to promote intra-African trade and investment, educational and cultural exchanges, and effective and active engagement on the development of Africa regions in the context of the AFCFTA. Access more of Africa's potential. With access to a unified African market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.5 trillion created under the AFCFTA, IATF 2025 offers unparalleled opportunities to trade, grow, and thrive. African Export-Import Bank, African Union, AFCFTA Secretariat, and the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria invite you to join us at the IATF 2025 in Algiers, Algeria, your gateway to new opportunities. Don't miss out. Visit intraafricantradefair.com to confirm your participation and access more today.
In Kenya we say, ukikosa, utaambia nini? Come on, Kenyans. Ukikosa, utaambia nini? Haya, lisemwalo lipo kama halipo laga. Na ndio hiyo imeshasemwa. I promise that is all the Swahili I know. I am an Otieno, so I won't go past that. But Honorable CS, I think this is just also to continue reiterating the emphasis and the importance of Kenya having a pavilion at Algeria. Please, let's rally together so that we can make it there, so that we can make our voice known. It's not just enough to be a giant in East Africa only, but it's also important to have our voice on the ground and to be understood and to be heard so that we can get to a level playing field with other acclaimed continental leads like Nigeria and the like. And for this year, one of the most interesting things that will be happening in IATF 2025 will be the emphasis on automotive industry. The Kenya Association of Automotive Association is here. Could you just wave? Yeah, there you go. He'll be on the panel at some point. There's a big emphasis on the automotive sector. They also have a pod right there where you could pass by and just go and, yes, that gentleman signaling you over there, that's the one who'd be taking your concerns, requests, and all that. I am particularly, as a techie, I'm particularly interested in the EV section because Ghana is leading in Africa, and that's because they have very progressive policies and laws towards that, like duty-free importation of spare parts and infrastructure development. So how do we also match up as Kenya? But once again, if you need inquiries, if you want to make inquiries, if you want to know how to play a part, Miriam is somewhere there. Miriam, could you please wave? Miriam, there you go. There's Miriam. There's Sonto in a red jacket there. Kindly, if you're a business person, if you're an entrepreneur, reach out to them and know how you can play your part this early because time is not on our side on this one. Ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, allow me now to welcome the CEO of the Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, Ms. Floyce Mukabana, to come and give us her opening remarks. Can I do a bit of incitement? Can I do a bit of incitement? Who ran the world?
Thank you so much for that. It's a pleasure to be here, welcoming you all for this occasion where our single focus is to see Kenya being represented at IATF but also presented at a very high level and to the very best that Kenya can offer. The MC actually just asked me to make some welcoming remarks and allow me to revert to that. And I begin by giving salutations to our chief guest today, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, representation from the Embassy of Algeria to Kenya, Karibu, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Mr. Haitham El Mayegra, the Executive Vice President, the Global Trade, AfriExim, chairpersons and chief officers, executive officers of businesses and trade institutions present, senior representation from AfriExim Bank, the AFCFTA Secretariat and the African Union Commission, and our esteemed business community from Kenya. All distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, habari za asubuhi. I am greatly honored to welcome you to this high-level roadshow as we count down to the 4th Inter-African Trade Fair, IATF 2025, set to take place in Algiers this coming September. From the onset, allow me to thank the AfriExim Bank, the African Union Commission, and the African AFCFTA Secretariat for their steadfast commitment to advancing trade within our continent and for convening this important platform in partnership with Kenya. As Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, we are mandated to advance Kenya's position in global trade by promoting exports and enhancing the visibility of our nation brand. And I acknowledge our chair here, Mr. Jas Bedi. We work closely with both public and private sector to ensure that the Kenyan goods and services are competitive, they are compliant, and are compelling in target markets in Africa and beyond. The African continent remains the largest export destination for Kenya, with exports being valued at approximately US dollars 3.1 billion in 2024. Some of the main exports products to the continent include tea, medicaments, and manufactured products. Therefore, the Inter-African Trade Fair presents a strategic opportunity to advance trade footprint in the continent. In the IATF 2025 is more than just an exhibition. This is an integrated continental marketplace. It brings together buyers and sellers, governments, financiers, innovators, and investors from across Africa under one roof. Since its inception, the Inter-Africa Trade Fair has become Africa's premier platform for promoting intercontinental trade and investment. The inaugural edition was held in Cairo in Egypt in 2018, followed by the second one in Durban and the third in Cairo in 2023. As an agency, we are proud to have facilitated Kenyan businesses to participate in each of these IATFs, with the last one being in Cairo, Egypt in November 2023. Each edition has brought together thousands of buyers, sellers, investors, and policy leaders across the continent. The IATF is a space where Kenyan businesses can gain exposure to new markets. It can connect with continental buyers and forge partnerships that unlock long-term trade. For Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, the IATF is a critical platform to allow us to expand the reach of made in Kenya products and services, to profile Kenya as a trade and investment hub, and to support our businesses to tap into the Africa's emerging consumer and industrial demand. For Kenyan exporters, participation in the IATF has proven immensely valuable. It has enabled businesses to secure export orders, establish long-term distribution partnerships, and gain market intelligence on African consumer strengths. In sectors such as agriculture, textiles, leather, ICT, and creative economy. These rounds have particularly benefited from exposure to regional markets and beyond the immediate commercial participation has also fostered a deeper understanding of AFCFTA market exporters to align their offers and their offerings with regional demand and regulatory requirements. As an agency, promoting enhancing the nation brand. We have identified IATF as a flagship event for our 2025-2026 export calendar. Working with the Ministry of Investment, Trade Industry, and other key partners, we are actively facilitating a comprehensive support program that includes product development assistance to ensure market fit offerings, export promotion support targeting SMEs, women and enterprises, export market intelligence to inform decision-making and opportunity targeting, brand development and marketing support to enhance the visibility and competitiveness of Kenyan products in Kenya under the Made in Kenya brand identity. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for the fourth edition in our series this September, we encourage exporters to actively showcase their products and buyers to explore sourcing opportunities. Who are exporters online marketplace in our buyer seller platform, our website www.kenya.go.ke for export ready products and services. Exporters are also made in Kenya quality origin certification that enhances brand visibility and trust across borders. In conclusion, I wish to affirm Kenya's full commitment to work all of you to IATF 2025 to ensure that Kenya's presence at IATF 2025 is competitive and inclusive. Let me once again welcome you warmly to today's session. Engage actively, ask questions, explore partnerships, and begin your journey to Algiers. Asante sana na karibuni.
Thank you, Anna, for that, Mukabana, for that. If you want to know that, there's a serious call to Kenya playing a big IATF in IATF this year is the demonstration of goodwill. Honorable CS, that at least we have so many other agencies under your ministry that are ready to support entrepreneurs, the business community, the private sector, to put our Kenya's brand in a major way at IATF in Nigeria this year. So we are grateful for that. But I'd want to continue with incitement, because I fall within the youth group bracket, or those in Kenya currently known as the Gen Z. There will be emphasis on the role of the creative economy. You'll hear some of those questions being asked today on the panel. So this is also your chance as a young person to also play a part in this year's IATF in Algiers. If you love electric vehicles, the automotive sector, those of you, please also sign up at Algiers in Algiers this year. And to continue giving us opening remarks. I want to welcome another industry leader, Ms. Lucy Mushoki, acting Chief Executive Officer, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, representing the Chamber President, Dr. Rutui. Give her a warm hand as she comes up. Once again, who run the world?
Yes, indeed we do. Thank you. Honorable CS, Ministry of Industrialization, Trade and Industry, meeting the leadership of African Bank, presented here today. Fellow business members, and the captain of our industry presented here today, and the rest. Good morning. On behalf of Kenya National Chambers of Commerce, let me say that we are indeed very here with you today at Kenya National Chambers. We are really supporting all of you. Attending this event helpers that will help us to support our business, to meet business and do business with one another. Just a month ago, Kenya National Chambers of Commerce hosted the first World Chambers Congress here in Nairobi. All the chambers representatives across the world were here, and we witnessed the first time in such an event being hosted by us. So it is time for Africa. We are already as international chambers, we want to ensure this that we keep this momentum. The takeaway home was very clear that Africa will want to ensure another trade with one another, even the rest of the world, and be able to increase more of our trade under the AC. So indeed, this is the most important time for Africa, and this important agenda. On behalf of Dr. Eric, our chamber president, who wanted very much to be here with you today, but unfortunately was told for an urgent meeting to read his speech and share his thoughts, encouraging all of Kenyans and ensure that we take a leadership in ensuring that we continue the flag of Africa. It gives me great honor to join you this morning for this important IATF roadshow under the theme Innovating for Solutions for Intra-Africa Trade under the A First Let me organizers and African for bringing this important conversation in Algeria. The importance of the largest free trade area in the world cannot be overemphasized. Thus, the leadership of the private sector is not optional, as over 80% of the intra-African trade is driven by SMEs and the private sector. Chambers of commerce as cross-border trade, chambers as a voice of these, therefore have to act as enablers and accelerators of cross-border trade, enterprise development, and market assessment to ultimately determine the success of the AFCFTA chambers. The chambers, its members, and African states must keep up with the modernization by digitizing business within Africa. Must embrace number one scalable digital platforms for e-commerce. This breaks the geographical barrier. Everything needs to conduct business anywhere. Africa e-commerce have focused to surpass half by 2025 and 40% penetration. African commerce will become almost as mobile-based by 2030. The digital customs automation of customs with operations and reduce customs process delays, lower transaction. To the digital transformation of customs pound 20 billion annually. Implementing digital customs system can lead to 5% reduction logistics costs. Yes, we need that. Electronic trade documentation. This including certificates of origin, chambers of commerce handling. This simplifies compliance, reduces paperwork, and improves transactions. The adoption of electronic trade documents has been assisted by an 80% reduction in transaction and data process and data processing, contracting. In other instances, automation of documents has trade, average trade, transaction time is from 2 to 3 months to 1 hour. The logistics track, the real-time tracking allows businesses to scrutinize the trade schedules and supply chains. The African logistics is valued at approximately $150 billion. The volume of goods moved likely to exceed 100 million tons in 2020. Maritime approximately 58 million tons and road freight as the dominant mode of transport. This innovation must include the harmonization of across Africa's as to allow trade with financing remaining the single biggest barrier to MSME achieving their full potential. Financial institutions must come up with a new financing model that take into consideration African diverse and unique realities. Special focus towards empowering youth and women in reality to Africa's demography. These innovations can only be achieved with collaboration by players including governments, businesses, and honest parties. The chamber is way ahead in increasing SADC regions. KCCI has also already established country and regional trade forums to build grassroots participation in inter-African trade. We are also working with partners as Afrexim Bank, the Kenyan government, who are represented here, the FCTA Secretariat, to increase awareness and prepare our members for the increasing opportunities. As I conclude, KCCI calls upon its members and all Kenyan enterprises to actively participate in IATF 2025, showcase Kenya's manufacturing, services, and agribusiness capabilities. We also continue to urge our policymakers to continue working with us, the private sector, and other businesses represented here and are not here today, to remove barriers to trade. And in summary, AFCFTA will only be realized through 3 steps: innovate, collaborate, and proactive solutions. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mushoki. The clarion call is still to be in Algeria, so make a point of signing up in good time so that we are all there. Let me recognize one young man I've interviewed who is an innovator and a startup founder, EV Africa, Jogs Mbugwa. Good to see you. He is a great pioneer in making electric bikes and enabling mobility in Africa, so that's him. He's done some great work. Make sure you sign up to go to Algeria. I can't recognize you like that and then you miss out. Mr. Haitham El Mayergi is the Executive Vice President for Afrexim Bank, the African Export and Import Bank, reporting to the President and the Chairman of the Board. He looks after the Global Trade Bank of Africa, client relationships, advisory and capital markets, syndications, trade, and specialized finance. He has more than 2 decades dedicated towards regional and multinational banking institutions, including Citibank, Standard Chartered Bank, and Societe Generale. He was also the chairman and the board director of a number of finance companies across the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, his experience is cross-continental, and he holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Engineering and an MBA in International Business and Marketing. Could we put our hands together as we welcome the Executive Vice President of the Afrexim Bank to give us his remarks.
Hello, thank you. It's a pleasure to see you all here. So allow me to stand on the existing protocol and start there. It gives me great pleasure here in this morning in the industrial city of Nairobi, a city renowned of its vibrant culture, warm hospitality, entrepreneurial spirit, and the trade industrial hub of East Africa, And let me take this opportunity to thank Honorable Lee Kenya Jui, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, and other key partners such as Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Kenya Association of Manufacturers, among others, for graciously joining hands in Afreximbank to galvanize and mobilize Kenya business community to participate in the key high-level roadshow on intra-Africa trade fair scheduled to be held in the 4th till 10th of September in Algiers, Algeria. Ladies and gentlemen, as the largest economy in East Africa and the gateway to East Africa and Central Africa, Kenya is a vital leadership role to promote intra-Africa trade and investment, which key pillars to the success of the AFCFTA. Under its current strategy, Afreximbank is championing the facilitation of intra-Africa trade through a strong partnership with the AFCFTA Secretariat and the African Union Commission to ensure successful implementation of the AFCFTA, which is the Free Trade Agreement of Africa. Kenya is a key member of the bank and a shareholder. The bank seeks to support Kenya's exports, manufacturing capabilities, as well as domestic and continental supply chain to facilitate the country contribution to trade in East Africa regions and across the African continent. Afreximbank has continued to support the African economy, but most especially the Kenyan economy, over the last decade. Afreximbank has provided financial support in excess of $3.2 billion to Kenya through the range of interventions starting towards public, private sector, and power, aviation, health sector, as well as import of essential commodities. In line with the bank's developmental mandate, Afreximbank's current pipeline of transactions stand at more than $1 billion across export, manufacturing, as well as services sectors of the Kenyan economy. Strategically positioned in East Africa and home to over 56 million, actually I read the World Bank in the morning, I think we're touching 57 million now, people, Kenya has rapidly emerged as a major force in financial innovation, both within the region and across Africa. Nairobi now boasts the flourish the tech ecosystem, a network of fintech and digital infrastructure across the continent, which attracts global and technology and firms to invest and establish a presence in the country. These investments are more than symbolic. They reflect the strong momentum building within Kenya's fintech sector, and Afreximbank believes there are tremendous opportunities for exposing those talents to the rest of the African continent and enable the Kenyan youth to find opportunities to invest and expand across the Kenyan continent. IATF 2025 provides Kenya with the opportunity to showcase the strides that the fintech sector has made and opens the opportunities for sectors and other sectors to identify opportunities for expansion in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth edition of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, IATF 2025, is taking place under the theme Gateway to New Opportunities, and will seek to spotlight Africa's trade and investments, immeasurable opportunities presented by African Continent Free Trade Agreement. This could not be more opportune given the entry into the force of the Continental Free Trade Agreement, a flagship initiative under the agenda of 2063 of the EU, and creating the integrated market for goods and service, and catalyze the innovation on the digital age and unlock trade, investment, and industrialization potential for the continent. The holistic signature of AFCFTA agreement just over 5 years ago, followed by the speed and volume of ratification, which saw the agreement enter into force 30th of May 2019, is nothing short of remarkable and demonstrate Africa's collective will to overcome the historic fragmentation and isolation of economic and open new chapter in Africa development. A chapter that will enable us to deliver the vision as an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by citizens, representing a dynamic force in a global arena, achieving the Africa we want. The AFCFTA has created the world's largest free trade area by number of participating states since creation of the World Trade Organization. United as a single market, the AFCFTA creates a market of 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP of 3.5 billion, making it the fifth largest economy globally in terms of GDP. The AFCFTA promised to revolutionize trade, reshape market across regions, and boost Africa output in manufacturing and service sector. It will fundamentally transform Africa's economic structure to reduce African reliance on exports. And we are in Afreximbank are proud to be contributing to this new chapter of African integration and development. In doing so, Afreximbank has developed a number of financing and facilitating instruments to support intra-Africa trade under the AFCFTA. One of the key initiatives in the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, a platform to be held every 2 years for connecting buyers and sellers across Africa to address access, trade, and market and investment with the intra-Africa trade corridors. For instance, as a result of the lack of information on African production and supply, countries like Tunisia, Morocco, South Africa import excess of around 400 million worth of leather products, mainly from Europe and South America, while countries like Ethiopia, Kenya, and Sudan, which have the supply capacity to make substantial part of this demand, continues to export their leather products to markets in Europe and Asia. Similarly, West African countries import meat products worth more than $3 billion US annually from Argentina and Australia, while Mali, Namibia, Chad, Sudan, Botswana, South Africa are able to meet this demand and supply a large portion of it. So, ladies and gentlemen, giving the increased importance, greater relevance, and centrally to the FCFTA and the African Union agenda, underscoring the importance of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair. As a continental initiative to implement the AFCFTA, and IATF has been endorsed as the AFCFTA marketplace as an AU event with accompanying AU summit decisions. In particular, the AU summit in February 2024 welcomed the impact of IATF in African trade and agreement signs between member states in various sectors. The resounding successful inaugural trade fair held in Cairo, Egypt, was held in 2018, was followed by an even more successful Inter-Africa Trade Fair 2021, hosted in Durban, South Africa in 2021, whereas the third edition was held again in Cairo, Egypt in 2023, and was equally successful with resounding success. A third edition of IATF was cumulatively generated more than $100 billion of trade and investment deals between Africans, attracting more than 70,000 visitors and 4,500 exhibitors, all interested to buy and sell with African counterparts. The momentum created by the AFCFTA and previous edition of Intra-Africa Trade Fair to drive Intra-Africa Trade Fair integration and investment need to be maintained. Building on the success, Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2025 will again provide opportunities for exhibitors to showcase their goods and services, engage in business to business and business to government exchanges, and conclude business deals that will ensure the momentum towards the greater intra-Africa trade is sustained. With our partners, the African Union, AFCFTA Secretariat, and our host, the government of Algeria, IATF 2025 promises to be bigger and better. We aim to attract more than 2,000 exhibitors from over 75 countries, over 35,000 participants from all 55 African countries and the rest of the world, including the diaspora, and generate intra-Africa trade deals worth of north of $44 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, IATF 2025 promised to be bigger and more far-reaching in terms of impact in promoting intra-Africa trade Some of the activities lined up for Intra-Africa 2025 include a 7-day trade exhibition and a 4-day trade and investment forum featuring leading African and international speakers. In addition to the exhibition, the Trade and Investment Forum, we are providing a platform to showcase Africa creative talent and opportunities through a Creative Africa Nexus program. The Africa Automotive Show for auto manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, and component suppliers. Special days will also be held dedicated for countries as well as public-private entities to showcase trade and investment opportunities and tourism and cultural attraction, as well as Global Africa Day to highlight the commercial and culture ties between Africa and its diaspora, featuring a diaspora summit, market, and exhibition. Culture, gastronomy showcase, also planned a business-to-business and business-to-government platform for matchmaking, exchange of business, AU Youth Startup Program, showcasing innovation ideas and prototypes, the Africa Research Innovation Hub at IATF, targeting academia and national researchers to exhibit their innovation and research projects, the African Sub-Sovereign Government Network to promote trade, investment, education, and cultural exchange, and effective and active engagement in developing the African region among sub-sovereign and context of AFCFTA. Also taking the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2025 to Africa and the world through the virtual platform. The virtual platform, or IATF virtual platform, which allow exhibitors to showcase their products and service and engage potential clients in a digital environment. We are in implementation phase of the AFCFTA Intra-Africa Trade Fair has increasingly become the premier platform to ensure that market access opportunity created by agreement are translated into real business transaction and drive intra-Africa business. It is though such platform, the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, has able to be engaging, share information, ideas, also cooperate to drive inclusive economic growth and find new partnership. So ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to reiterate that Afrexim Bank would stand firm in our commitment to support intra-Africa trade and investment. In so doing, we are ready to support the government of Kenya and the private sector to ensure that there are adequate resources, both financial and non-financial, in place to not only adapt to the world of continued turbulence in trade but non-trade measures, but also to thrive in the new business environment created by the AFCFTA. We all know that Kenya hosted the first all-African trade fair after the AU decided to host it in 1972. And this is a re-emergence of the same concept of the Intra-Africa Trade Fair, where we want to see Kenya there, want to see Kenya demonstrating their digital muscles, how to export it into the rest of the African world, use our platform for payment cross-border in local currency, where Kenya can start to offer their products in other countries in their local currencies, beating all their international competitors. We're having all this tool paved for a successful participation of the Kenyan delegation and businesses. So I invite you all to join the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2025 to help us realize the vision of an integrated and prosperous Africa. See you in Algiers in September 2025. I thank you all. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the EVP, kindly. Thank you so much for supporting intra-African trade. Just before we listen to the keynote speech, if perhaps you're here and you're only thinking that this is an entrepreneur's or a business or a private sector only affair, you can sign up to be in Algeria as either an exhibitor, a buyer, or just a visitor, because some of these events are important to you in that way. Perhaps that could be your first journey into entrepreneurship and the like. And so I'd like to invite Ebuka. Ebuka, if you're here with us. Wakakon. Yes, so this is a gentleman who would be assisting you in the signing up, and plus other Afrexim Bank officials. Perhaps you could just give us a bit of context on that.
Thank you very much, everyone. This was kind of impromptu, but I appreciate the platform. I was talking to him. I said we are talking so much about IATF, what we have to offer, what we're doing, but it's also important that you should also know how you can participate. So you can participate as an exhibitor, of course. We are trying to showcase what we have, what Kenya can offer. So it's we have some ushers here. I can also assist you in registering as an exhibitor. But there are two things. In case you can fly all the way to Cairo to exhibit, we still have a digital platform where you can also showcase what you have to do or what you can offer. So we can also take you through that. You can also register as a buyer if you're looking for opportunities in Africa, what you can source from Africa. You can register as a buyer. Then also, if you want to participate as a visitor, you can also register. And you have to be aware that it's happening both physically and virtually. So we have a community of physical exhibitors, physical buyers, and virtual buyers and virtual exhibitors. So what IATF is trying to create a market, our Vice President has laid it out all for us. So I think you understand the intention. So we are here to support you if you want to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Please see him and Please see him and any other officials from the Afri-Exim Bank. And remember, there will also be B2B sessions today and within the time in the lead up to the conference later on in September. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, the Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, is the Cabinet Secretary for Investment, Trade and Industry. He previously served as the second governor of Nakuru County from 2017 to 2022. During his tenure, he oversaw the elevation of Nakuru municipality to city status and was named the most business-friendly governor in Africa by the African Leadership magazine. He also chaired the Lands Planning and Urban Development and Infrastructure Committee, as well as the Energy Committee of the Kenya's Council of Governors. He served as the Member of Parliament for Nakuru Town between 2007 and 2012, and equally as the Assistant Minister for Roads in the same period. He holds a bachelor's degree in education from Kenyatta University. Ladies and gentlemen, could we give a warm hand clap to our chief guest of the day as he comes to give his remarks.
So thank you very much. Allow me to stand on the already established protocols and indeed to thank the Afri-Exim Bank for this roadshow really to popularize the many things you're trying to do and the trade fair coming up in Algeria. And I really want to encourage the Kenyan companies that are here that have something to showcase, kindly participate in that. I also want to take this opportunity also to confirm that Kenya now as a country will be participating, and we would want to encourage Kenyan companies, manufacturers, the fintechs that are here, the electric vehicle companies and bikes that are around here, manufacturers of the same, to participate. And also to say that the solutions to Africa lie in Africa. And it is for this reason that Kenya supports the Afri-Exim Bank, because this is really our bank. And if we are to solve the many problems we have, the solutions must be from that. I was just looking at data today about intercontinental trade around the world. You know, we want to compare different continents. And in Europe, it stands at 67%. This is trade between partner nations within Europe. In Asia, it is at 60%. In the Americas, it is at 46%. And in our motherland, our mother continent, we are at 15%. So if you hear your brothers and sisters are boarding those ships across the Mediterranean, to go and work in Europe is because we are not trading among ourselves. There is no business we are creating among ourselves. And if the intra-Africa trade is 15%, it means 85% is from outside. So we are literally robbing ourselves. We have an opportunity. For example, M-Pesa is one of Kenya's greatest products. Why can't we spread it across Africa to be the default platform across Africa? We are importing wheat sometimes from very far. And our neighboring country, Ethiopia, has a surplus. So these are some of the things that have happened in the continent that don't make us look very good. And I am happy that this conversation is about trying to correct those historical gaps that we have created and have ended up disenfranchising our young people, having the serious brain drain that we see today. Sometimes I have gone to some of the embassies for the Western nations, and if a young person is denied a visa to go to those countries, it's as if life has come to an end. Living at home, it's like they've been sentenced to death. Why? Because of these numbers you're talking about. We are not trading, we are not doing business. We are not manufacturing. We are not doing all the things that would create jobs and wealth. So I am here to challenge you, especially the business people, that let us now know we have a bigger market beyond your village, beyond your town, beyond your country, into Africa. If you're a farmer, if you're a cooperative, you produce milk or tea, whatever it is you make, you have to look at Africa. 1.3 billion people is a market that can transform the continent itself. I think as governments will work, do everything possible to ensure that these numbers also come to fruition. And I challenge the bank, the Afro-Exim Bank. I was just talking to our ambassador to Algiers and asking what products do we have in their country from Kenya, and not much. It's the truth. Then the other question is, if you wanted to go to a country like, say, Algeria, like those of us who want to go in September, how do you go there? Go to Doha? Another continent? Or Dubai, or I don't know where, then finally come back? So it's also an opportunity in terms of transport and aviation. For Africa to trade, we must connect it. And the connections must not be so expensive that we can't be able to move forward. For example, Kenya, we are in the fresh produce space. We do vegetables, flowers, and so on. So if you have to subject that to too many connections, by the time it gets there, it may not be useful. So there's a huge opportunity in the aviation space for Africa to be able to connect itself, for cargo to move across, for rail to connect east to west, north to south, so that this kind of transport can actually happen. And I am glad the conversations have started. And even though we don't have the answer, at least we are asking the right questions. As we think of investments, one of my duties as a Minister for Trade, Investments and Industry is to look for investments. But it is also true that oftentimes when we think of investment, we don't think Nigeria, we don't think Ghana, we don't think South Africa. We think of going to those faraway places. But last month I was very impressed that one of Kenya's leading restaurant chains was actually acquired by Africa's richest man, Dangote. And that is an indicator that in Africa, there are solutions. And we want to see more of that, because this is an indication that intra-Africa trade and investment is a reality, and it can happen. So they acquired Java Restaurants, the Pullman Hospitality Group. So again, when we think of making our next pitches as a country, we don't have necessarily to go very far. It may just be a 2-hour flight or 3-hour flight, and the answers are therein. So my challenge to all of us is to remember that we have a huge population, we have a good educated population, we have the minerals, we have all that it takes, and we have a bank that has agreed to take the challenge of now connecting Payments now can be done in our local currencies. We are now having a trade fair so that you can know what can come from Nigeria or Ghana or this country. Then you have banks to be able to facilitate this trade. And we can only say, let our people trade. And when they trade, there will be wealth, there will be employment, and our continent is going to flourish. Allow me to end by saying that Kenya has distinguished itself as really the savannah for Africa in terms of the tech, not just in Kenya but within the region. A lot of our young people are taking the right spaces, and we really want to urge you that Africa is big, and if we can take our success in Kenya to the rest of the continent, we'll have made our contribution towards moving Africa to the next level. And as we gear up for the September, we'll do our preliminary, sort of getting our young companies together, the fintechs and all the other companies, and I'm sure together we'll be able to make a good pitch. Nairobi, as we all know, is the capital of Kenya, but by extension is the capital of East and Central Africa. The sort of investments you have seen, especially in real estate and other areas, reflects the continental nature of Nairobi. Some of the developments you see here are like 50% Kenyan, and the other 50% is from investors from across Africa. It could be Somalia, it could be Ethiopia, it could be even Ghana, all those places. And I think this is a conversation we want to encourage. And I believe that will help us to drive poverty out of Africa, create jobs, and instill dignity to our people. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
We can say, now Kenya, we are sure we'll be there. Very nice. Thank you so much, Bwana CS, for the goodwill and for assuring your support and that of the government towards entrepreneurs, startups, and all of us who would want to place our trade on continental and even global levels. The media team has one presentation just before we interrupt normal programming. Kidogo. Media, the Connects video, please. As that happens, allow me to remind you that we have an emphasis on the automotive sector. There's so much to do around that. There's energy as an overhead of manufacturing towards the towards the automotive sector. There's spare parts. There is the minerals that are mined from Africa, which we need to also channel into that sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please find a way of playing a part in this year's conference, because that would be a key part of emphasis. So be sure to get that. Media team, ready?
Connect Weekend 2024! We are deliberate in our drive towards the continued expansion of global Africa through trade, investment, and development of the cultural and creative sectors. Together, as Africans, we're a collective force, united in our diversity, driven by the richness of our cultures, and bound by a shared purpose. Purpose to create a better world for ourselves and for the generations to come. Our destiny is firmly in our hands. Welcome to Connect Weekend. Welcome to Algiers. Welcome to Algeria. I thank you and God bless you all.
This week we have had the opportunity of closing deals, we have had the opportunity of networking, engaging in all matters related to the African and Caribbean trading economy.
We were molded from this land. Our skins are molten mountain rocks painted onto our flesh. We are one with this land. We are this land.
Has been doing an amazing job in advocating for the creative industries, and I really commend it to them because they took a chance on us. Afrexim Bank came in, shed light on us, put in their money, and now they're even making other people look at the creative industries like, oh wow, this is an industry worth investing in.
Since its debut 4 years ago, the Canex Weekend and the associated Canex at Intra-African Trade Fair have become important events in the calendar of global Africa's creative industry. Canex Weekend is an essential prelude to the 4th Intra-African Trade Fair, which will be held in this beautiful city in September next year.
Statement is what art should make, whether you dance, act, recite, or paint.
So I'm right there at Canex event.
Very well. And you have more reasons to be in Algeria. But right now, allow me to do what in media we call interrupting normal programming, because the CS has to leave. Thank you so much, Bona CS, for honoring us with your presence. We truly appreciate. We'd like now to invite the CS and the EVP for a photo session. Kindly, right there. My colleagues in the media, this is your chance to be ready to get a photo right behind where the gentleman with the camera is at, the video camera, right there. I'm going to usher 3 groups. So the first one would be the Honorable CS and the EVP, kindly. Photographers, my colleagues in the media, there you go. Meanwhile, those of us who want to take side interviews with the CS, also be ready. I'm going to guide with that. All right, let's start with the CS and the EVP first, as we get Ms. Floyce Mukabana and Ms. Mushoki ready to join them just after they've taken the first few snapshots. There you go. All right, so let's introduce some gender balance within that. Please, ladies. Up next, our panelists should be ready to also go and take a photo right there. In a moment, I will be showing you the way. There you go. That's going on well. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, that is going on well. All right, great. I think that session is done. So, Honorable CS and EVP, you may exit. Oh, the panel. Okay, great. Panelists, please. And then we'll have one with you only. Yep, you can join them. Yes, please. Yeah. There you go. So now you need to have your wide angle lenses and all that. All right, great. All right, so Miriam, kindly show them where they'll be taking the interviews. Thank you so much. Let me have the panelists back as the Honorable CS makes his exit on volition. All right. All right. Are you enjoying it so far? Kila kitu shwari? If you're enjoying, give me one clap. Better? One clap? There you go. So now is that time. Let me introduce the Director for Trade, Facilitation and Investment Promotion to come and give us a presentation as he lays, or rather he lays the till of the land for us to have this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Genmo Zanamwe has 20 years of experience in trade and investment. Okay, let me make it more weighty. Dr. Genmo Zanamwe has 2 decades of experience in trade and investment and industrialization matters. He joined Afreximbank in 2016 as a senior manager. Before this, he worked as the regional trade advisor under the Commonwealth Secretariat, Hub and Spokes, and was posted and Federated States of Micronesia, where he worked directly with trade officials. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Zanamwe was the founding chairperson of and acting dean of the Midland State University in Zimbabwe and at the Trade Law Center of Southern Africa, TRALAC, in South Africa. Dr. Zanamwe holds an LLD in International Trade and Industrialization from the University of South Africa. Dr. Zanamwe has several publications on trade and has also reviewed a book on investment law in Africa. Could we give a warm hand clap as he comes to make his presentation? Media team, I hope you're ready with the presentation. You have the clicker. Take it away.
Thank you very much, my brother. And it's always good to be back here in Kenya. And I know I was actually having a discussion with CS that we know the potential that Kenya has. But what we're actually trying to do at Afreximbank is to work with all of you to unlock that potential into jobs that will actually not only transform Kenya, but we are actually looking at using Kenya as one of the key hubs that will help us to transform the continent through trade. So what I'm going to do now, I think my job has been made very easier by the CS and also by my vice president, because I will now be putting the meat into the frame that they've actually shared with you. At Afreximbank, we've been hearing about all those challenges that are affecting intra-African trade. The CS talked about transportation, logistics. So what we've done at Afreximbank is we know we are your bank. Maybe some of you didn't know. And actually, Afreximbank is a Pan-African multilateral finance institution that is actually owned by you as countries through your central bank, through your ministries of finance, and we are also owned by the private sector. We also have got other institutions. So what we always try to do is we are almost organized like a PPP, public-private partnership. So that allows us to listen to the governments. We listen to the private sector. And then we go and fashion solutions that are tailored towards addressing the challenges or the problems that you face on finance, industrialization, the SMEs, infrastructure. So what I'll do is, I know time is always an enemy, but I'll try to go quickly and highlight some of the key issues that we need to actually look at to address some of your challenges. So I'll leave you with the presentation. I'll skip most of the presentation about our mission, our presence, and even our probably key pillars that we have. But what I just want to highlight is that at the heart of Afreximbank, we are focusing on promoting intra-African trade and the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. And my president has actually said that if the AfCFTA fails, we would have failed as Afreximbank, because the reason why we were created by our founding fathers was actually to promote intra-African trade as well as extra-African trade. We heard from the Honorable Cabinet Secretary that we don't trade much, amongst ourselves at 15% vis-a-vis almost close to 70% in Europe. The Europeans got together, created a free trade agreement. Now they are more advanced. So why is it that Africa cannot do the same? The template is there. We have to basically take it, customize to our environment, and implement. So at Afreximbank, we actually put the problems into largely three main issues. There are those that deal with the logistics, there are those that deal with the financing, and we've also been using technology to try and deal with those challenges. If you look at this slide, what it shows you is that, like what the CS was saying, we are importing a lot more outside Africa. Just look at the pharmaceuticals. Almost 96% of that is coming outside Africa. So what is it that we can actually do to address that challenge? We had the CS talk about putting a manufacturing. I think the media, don't move the slides, I can move them here. So I'll drive them from here. So the CS was actually talking about driving the key sectors. One of them is the pharmaceutical. You can actually do more in terms of establishing pharmaceutical plants here in Kenya. We saw it in COVID. If you don't do it, you are on your own. And I'm glad that we have been working actually with Kisumu to establish one of the pharmaceutical plants. We actually did that last year when we organized the African Sub-Sovereigns Conference, which was also attended by His Excellency Ruto. So we've started, but the key is how do we then make more of these interventions. We've started with pharmaceutical, but even the meat that was being talked about, we are importing most of it from Latin America, whereas we can actually work with Chad. Chad has the same number of cattle as Australia, which is almost a 15 billion industry in Australia, but in Chad, it basically doesn't contribute much. So these are some of the issues that we'll be addressing. And we now have the AFCFTA, which we believe at Afreximbank is a game changer. The opportunities that are there under the AFCFTA are enormous, but the question is always, what are you doing as private sector people in this room to utilize or exploit the opportunities that are offered under the AFCFTA? So if anybody is interested in that, you have to listen to what I'm going to say, because we are going to give you have no choice. You have to listen to benefit. By the way, my name is Gain More. The gain is not for me, it's for you. If you listen carefully, you'll gain more. So let's get started. So this is the AFCFTA market, which is very big, a 3 billion market. And it looks like the clicker is not working now. Okay. All right, can somebody move? Yeah. Yes, yeah. Is this one? Okay, yeah. So let me try to use this roving mic, which may help. So this is basically the key challenges that we had. In the morning, there was a lot of focus on logistics and infrastructure. And I will tell you exactly what we are doing at Afreximbank to fix the logistics challenges and also the transport challenges. People always say in Africa, the big challenge is infrastructure. We agree at Afreximbank that it's infrastructure, it has to be fixed. But we see it as a generic problem. So if we have the current infrastructure and we can move almost $1 trillion of goods outside, the 85% is moving with the same infrastructure going outside. Why is the same infrastructure not moving trade amongst ourselves? So at Afreximbank, we believe that there's another problem aside from infrastructure, and it actually boiled down to lack of market information. The study that we did actually showed that if you do not know each other, you will not be able to trust each other. If you cannot trust each other, there is no way you can do business together. So by having the trade fair, we are now trying to bridge the gap in terms of lack of access to trade and market information, so that you can actually connect. When you connect and do business together, there will be a demand. Now you are here in Kenya, you realize that there is somebody whom you know, whom you trust, and you can do business. You can then send Kericho tea to all the Nigerians. Just look at the business that you open. And then the infrastructure will come. We will take some of the tea via cargo. We have opened new routes. We can actually send it. Maybe you can even do a railway. So, but what will drive the infrastructure is the demand. Because when you come with a proposal to say, I want to build a railway from Nairobi to Ghana or Nigeria, I'll say, is it bankable? Do you have the demand? Do you have the numbers? So we have to do the things that will unlock the demand so that the projects are bankable. So that's what we will do under the logistics. And the other challenges, I will actually address them as I go through. And also the support that Afreximbank has been providing to a number of players. So these are some of the key products that we have. And we were very deliberate in coming up with financial interventions that will support the AFCFTA. We've put in place a number of initiatives to actually support value chains, AFCFTA-led value chains. One of them was in the automotive sector. We are now getting into agro. And at Afreximbank, we also actually deliberately targeted the financing of intra-African trade. Before we established a dedicated function in the bank to focus on intra-African trade, our portfolio in terms of the share of our financing that was going to intra-African trade was less than 3% in 2016. But when we established a dedicated function, that share of intra-African trade is now increased from 3% to almost 30%, which shows that if you focus on intra-African trade and provide finance, you can actually increase intra-African trade. And we did that by disbursing over $20 billion between 2017 to 2021. And under the current strategy that will expire next year, we are going to double that amount to 40 billion. So the money is there. Those who have been looking for money, there's the 40 billion there. The question is, what are you going to do as a Kenyan private sector to unlock or to access that part of the 40 billion US dollars? And we'll be able to walk you through to actually have access to those resources. So I now want to quickly move on to the probably various instruments. These ones I will not spend much time on them, but we pride ourselves at Afreximbank as your trade and project finance supermarket. We have all the instruments that you need, whether you need LCs, whether you need to actually export, you need an intra-African export financing facility, or packing credit to be able to actually pack and process your goods and export them, and we can provide the financing. So we've got a range of support that we actually provide, and sometimes it works, sometimes if you can move to the next. So we've got supply chain financing, a range of guarantees that we have. I will leave these slides with you, and if you can help us to move to the next slide. So as my EVP was saying, we have also realized that the future is digital. And somebody also reminded me that also the future is also female. So we've been working with these two, a digital future, which is going to also to be led by women, and we've established the Africa Trade Gateway, which basically, in simple terms, is acknowledging that we are going to be having AI, we are going to be having, people are talking of the fourth industrial revolution. So the future that we are looking at is going to be a totally different world than what we have right now. So even from a financing point of view, we are ready for that. We've actually put in place the Africa Trade Gateway, which has got a number of platforms that will actually help to break down the barriers. They are not only physical barriers, but there are some of the barriers that can be easily resolved by using technology. Due to time, I will not go through all of them, but what I want to do is to just highlight that one of them is the Mansa due diligence platform that you saw earlier. When I was talking about trust, knowing each other, that Mansa is actually going to help you do that. You'll be given an Africa identifier number, which will ensure that whether you are a small business, big business, or even a truck driver, we want even to use it for a truck driver when they are crossing the borders. Once you produce that identifier number, you should be able to actually go through without any challenges. We also have got investment platforms and the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. You heard from my Vice President. We now have 16 central banks that have signed on, and 14 switches, and more than 150 commercial banks. Kenya and your president has been leading this initiative because he gets it. He understands what we need to do, but also coming from the M-Pesa background, we would expect all Kenyans to embrace cross-border payment. These are some of the instruments that we have to facilitate intra-African trade under the AfCFTA, and it will actually help to unlock the payment in intra-African trade by using local currencies. So you do not need to wait for Forex before Egypt and Kenya can actually start trading. There was a challenge in the, probably before, where Kenya was exporting tea to Egypt. Egypt didn't have the US dollars to actually pay, and then trade couldn't happen. But using PAPs, you can export your tea and then you get paid in Kenyan shillings. Egypt can pay in Egyptian pound. That will allow intra-African trade to take place, and you actually save about 5 billion annually. You do not need the money to first go somewhere and then come back to the continent. So these are some of the things that we are working on, and we've also established the African Currency Marketplace, which enables the likes of KQ, when they're actually doing business throughout the continent, sometimes their money is actually stuck up in other countries. So through this marketplace, they will be able to actually do some trade and get their money repatriated to Kenya, and there will be some exchanges that can take place. If you go to the next slide, this is an illustration of how the entire ecosystem will work. So we talked about market intelligence, or getting to know what other African countries are producing. You can actually start from the Africa Trade Exchange, or you can go to our Trader Intelligence or ATEX to actually get to know who are the buyers who can buy your products. Once you identify the buyers, we will then take you to our Mansa, which is our due diligence platform, and then when you've completed the KYC, you are issued with your Africa entity identifier, then we can actually move to the next stage, and it will be an exporter or an importer that wants to actually access financing. You can come to Afrexim Bank, or you go to any other bank, that it could be KCB, and we have all the key banks on the platform. You get your financing. When you get your financing, you also get more information about transit bonds. When you are moving goods through a number of countries, you can actually also access the transit bonds, and you also have access to the regulatory platform, which will tell you that if you want to export your tea now to Morocco and not Egypt, what are the regulations in Morocco? They are different from Egypt. If you want now to take some of your coffee to Algeria to ensure that during the trade fair you also be having a good time with your coffee, you can actually go to that regulatory platform and get the details, and you can then look at payment through PAPS, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. You can then do the payment using local currencies. So we really need to take off the foreign jackets, the foreign language, the foreign currencies, and basically ensure that, as the Cabinet Secretary said, we look at African solutions to African problems. This is what this ecosystem, Africa Trade Gateway, does. If you can move to the next, Yes, this is actually my favorite. You were talking about automotive, and we call them new energy vehicles. So these are some of the things that we're actually looking at. I believe in leapfrogging, like what you did under M-Pesa. This is the same thing that we're also trying to do under the automotive sector. Others are saying, no, we need to crawl. Yes, there will be always an opportunity to manufacture ICE vehicles that we are currently, so that opportunity will always be there. But we are saying, if you have got the energy minerals, the lithium, the cobalt, the graphite, why don't we use those to actually create lithium batteries, to then use those lithium batteries to do electronic vehicles? We are currently working on one industrial park between Zambia and DRC, where we are actually going to put the first African battery precursor, and we will start manufacturing e-vehicles, and we will be bringing other investors. So there's an opportunity for Kenya to also join. I know some of the things that we're already doing with Kenya, working with Arise, Spiro here in terms of the e-mobility. So these are some of the things that Afreximbank is already financing as part of our automotive strategy. And we also worked with the African Union and the AFCFTA Secretariat. We developed a continental automotive strategy, and my brother Ashit will give you more details about that. But the idea is not to focus so much on competition, but to focus on collaboration. And this is where the value chains come in, whereby Kenya can actually identify its competitive advantage, its niche, and then you work with other African countries. So we have mapped the value chains, and we are providing support. We've put a 1 billion facility. Again, those who are saying money is a problem, there is the money. 1 billion, if you want to play in the automotive industry, you can access the financing. If you move on to the next slide, this is very important. What is happening right now is Kenya is a bit organized, but I'm just using this to demonstrate what is a big problem for the continent. If you want to move a product from one country to the other, you have to pass through those other countries. And if the country has got good roads, you enjoy the good roads. If the country has got bad roads, you also enjoy the bad roads. And those uniformed people that you see across the road, if they are bad, they are also bad. So this is what the traders go through. And in addition to all those things that we already know, then there's a thing called a transit bond. So, which will need to be posted to ensure that the customs authorities will have their revenue, customs revenue, safeguarded when you are passing through those countries. So, in each and every country, you require a bond. East Africa is actually moved, and the issue is not that bad, but the situation will be that in each and every country, you stop, you post a bond, and that adds to cost. We actually estimated the cost for the entire continent to be a minimum of 300 million that we are just losing through this scheme. So we've actually decided to work with the FCFTA Secretariat to establish a continental transit guarantee scheme that will facilitate the movement of goods. We are already implementing this scheme in COMESA and now EAC. We partnered with ZEPRE, who is also based here, and we actually gave them a 300 million facility, which we signed the end of March whilst I was here in Nairobi. That facility will then allow all the insurance companies in Kenya and the entire continent to access cheap bonds that will facilitate the movement of goods in the continent. If you move on to the next slide, this is another important thing. So what is happening actually is that when you produce goods, you are a farmer, you are in the factory, those goods have to meet certain safety, health requirements. And if they are not tested and verified that the products are safe to eat, if we cannot be assured that the car is safe to drive, if we switch it on, it will move forward. If those things are not tested and verified, nobody will buy those products. It becomes wasteful food products, especially if it is those food that has got toxins, aflatoxins, and what have you. So that's one of the major challenge why intra-African trade is also low, because of standards. Some of our goods are not even going to Europe. They get to Europe, the whole container is basically denied entry because of lack of compliance with standards. We saw this time and again. It actually started with the one Nigerian who was exporting ethnic foods to the US. The gentleman had a contract of $200 million US. We are saying there is no market. He found the market. 200 million, and then he was told, yeah, but before you bring anything, remember this is the United States of America. We don't joke. So we need to ensure that your goods are certified. He started running around. There were no testing and certification centers. He had to send the products to Ghana, and then from Ghana to, it became costly and complicated. So at Afreximbank, that's the listening part of your bank. We said, okay, yes, we know we are a bank, but we need to start building labs. That's what we started doing in Nigeria. And in Ogun State, that lab for testing and certifying products is now operational. We've entered into a partnership with Bureau Veritas, and we've now decided to bring this to Kenya. And we are already working with your government in Mombasa and Nairobi. We'll put another 2 Africa Quality Assurance Centers to ensure that you are competitive. If you move to the next slide, we also, yes, you probably saw the Canex video. So we are not always suited and serious. We also love to enjoy, and that's why we also introduce this Canex. But also for your benefit, and there are young people who are talented, who have got skills in music, in arts, craft, sports, even gastronomy. We have seen that. But these people, because of the nature of their business, they are atomistic traders, very small, so that when they go even to the local banks, they will basically shoo them away to say, please, you want to bring our bank down. You are not bankable. So at Afreximbank, we're saying, how do we reach out to these people and support them? Because before you know it, you see that somebody now in the US, in Europe, has snatched these people. That we are saying they're not bankable. So we've put in place a Creative Africa Nexus strategy, which basically, again, the money is there, 2 billion there under this fund that can be provided to the people in the creative industry. And we have actually supported a lot of people, young designers from Kenya, from Nigeria and other countries that we've actually managed to send to attend the Paris show. We've sent them to the Tokyo, we've sent them to just to meet with the Louis Vuittons of this world, and some of them have been getting contracts, and we've been financing them. So this is the kind of thing that we do, and during the IATF, there will be a dedicated vertical that will be focusing on Canex, and this is one of the things that we also do. The next one, of course, this is a game changer. The Africa Trade and Distribution Company. Logistics issues that we're talking about. Many of you will be asking, so if I produce shea butter, if I produce whatever you produce in, where is the market? The starting point is if you work with the Africa Trade Distribution Company, which is a continental trading company that Afreximbank, working with our partners, Arise, established. The company is already operational. It was registered in Rwanda this year. And we also registered another operating entity in Dubai for trading purpose. So it will provide you market intelligence. It can actually scan the continent and the whole world and tell you that the best market for your tea is actually this. The best market for your shea butter is this. And this is how you can actually get your product to this market. They can actually aggregate your products. They can aggregate and provide the logistics. So this is what we're actually trying to do. And to give you a practical example of what we're trying to do, we will be opening new routes, because once we aggregate, we will have the volumes. We will even have the capacity to hire a shipping vessel to take the products using another route and then bring products. What we're actually exploring now, some of you are aware of what we've done with Nigeria, with the Dangote refinery. So the petrochemical products are being produced. So we're now exploring how do we take them to Ghana and vice versa. How do we take them to Cameroon? How do we take them all the way to Southern Africa, maybe to Walvis Bay? We can actually get vessels go all the way to Walvis Bay. It will be just about maybe 4 hours, as opposed to waiting the fuel that will come from outside the continent that will take more than 16 days. So it cuts the number of days and the cost. And then when the ship is also coming back from Southern Africa, Walvis Bay, it will bring whatever they have in terms of mineral. We have already created a two-way trade. So this is an initiative that we also want Kenya, especially the private sector. We need to talk and see how best we can actually also help Kenya to have its own national component of this continental trading company that can do the aggregation at the local level with the support from the continental trading company in a number of areas. If you move to the next, you can skip. The trading company will also be trading in minerals as well as fuel and soft commodities. So we'll be doing all this. You can move to the next. You can move. This one I've already covered. Move. This is the trading company. Skip this one. We'll leave it with the participants. You can move. Yes. So this is the trade fair. My colleague will present it. I will not go much into the details. But this is just to give you a snapshot of what you'll see in Algeria. And what I just want to highlight is that you need, at least with all these verticals, at least you should find somewhere to fit in. And if you cannot fit in, we can create a new vertical for you. We have been talking about this with my vice president and the cabinet secretary to say maybe for Kenya, you can actually help us to start this digital revolution. At the maybe we have another vertical that focuses exclusively on this digital platform. You bring in your fintechs, you bring in your M-Pesas, and then that can actually start that revolution towards an AI world. If you move on to the next one, I just want to show you that when we say intra-African trade, we are not just talking theory, but these are the things that we've actually done. And I'm happy that I was one of the key people who started this IATF in 2018, when it was just a simple piece of paper, but the first edition, we did $32 billion in Egypt. That is creating trade, intra-African trade. Fast forward to where we are now, 2023, we did $43 billion. But the question I've been asking is, so where is Kenya in this $43 billion? That's the reason why we're here today. So if you don't start planning and preparing now, the $44 billion we are targeting in Algeria will come and go. Kenya will not benefit. But for you to benefit, the private sector, the government need to start identifying investment projects now, so that you send them to us, we circulate them on our platform, we start engaging our investors, we engage some of the key people who have got any interest in investing in Kenya, who want to do joint ventures, who want to do manufacturing. That's how it's done, and this is how you then become part of those deals. If you move to the next slide. So this is actually very important. There's something that the CS said which touched me, that when people think about investors, they think those people coming from outside the continent. And he's right. We actually noticed that as Afrexim Bank. When people talk of investment, they talk of FDI, foreign direct investment. I'm not saying it's bad, it's good. Let it come, let it do what it can do. But we always forget about ADI. Africa Direct Investment. That's the Dangote that he was talking about, who is basically taking a restaurant. That is Africa direct investment. Dangote putting a cement plant in Zambia. That's Africa direct investment. That is normally ignored, and sometimes those African investors are not even given the red carpet. Some of the investment promotion agencies will be asking, so what do you want in Kenya? Why are you here? But if it is somebody from Europe, they roll the red carpet. We've done a lot of investment promotion forums, and I can tell you we did one in Kenya as well. I think 2 weeks I was in Eswatini. The Prime Minister was so happy. We managed to actually do about 2 billion of investment deals. So the money is also here in Africa. It's a question of what can we do to unlock it. That's why we are pushing this ADI initiative. We've put in place a framework to actually study and analyze and understand ADI. ADI is likely to be more sustainable because these are not the people who run at the first sight of trouble. We know what happens. Whether it's COVID, whether it's Russia, and what the other folks that I will not mention to protect the guilty and the innocent will run away. We've seen that. But if we work with the Africans, African solutions for African problems, that's what we'll be doing in Algeria. That's why it is an Africa to Africa primarily platform. Then once we've laid that base, we then allow others, foreigners, to come and work with us, but we need to be on the driving seat. If you move on to the next initiative, yes, we briefly talked about it. So there are some companies that want to probably come and access funding to Afrexim Bank, African Development Bank, and other banks. But the challenge is that for the project to be bankable, they need equity. In certain instances, they lack that patient capital. At Afrexim Bank, we know how huge the gap in terms of equity financing is. It's about 110 billion. And in this 110 billion, there's probably somebody in this room that I'm speaking to who is trying to start a business or who has been running a business, but they need equity injection. If you can probably look at it from that way, you can find your solution in the Fund for Export Development in Africa. It has to be an existing business that wants to expand. You are exporting. You can come to us. We can actually inject some equity in your business so that you can then expand and grow. And that's what we have. If you move to the next one, this is also another sister financial instrument that we have. Some of you have got brilliant ideas about businesses. Some of you are running businesses, you want to expand, but you also are having challenges in terms of preparing bankable projects. So we have established the project preparation facility, which will help you in terms of preparing your project to bankability. And this is the support that we actually provide, and it's at your disposal. If you move to the next, so we are also working on harmonizing standards. I was actually talking to a number of people. In Africa, it's very difficult to trade. People think it's the tariffs. Yes, I think tariffs has become a very interesting word nowadays. I will not go into that, it's for another day. But in Africa, we are also facing non-tariff barriers. And if the standards are not harmonized, you will not be able to trade with other African countries. We are 55. So it means that you will actually need 55 tests, 55 certificates, and that will add cost. But what we are trying to do is, if you harmonize those standards, you just need one test, one certificate. You can actually get your goods moving throughout Africa. This is what Europe did. And when they did that, they actually reduced the cost by almost 3%. So if you move to the next one, this is very important. Industrial parks. You cannot put infrastructure throughout the entire continent. That would be ideal. But even China, that's the model they adopted. They started by putting special economic zones and industrial parks where you put the requisite infrastructure. And at Afrexim Bank, we've been providing this support. And we've actually approved more than 2 billion support to establish industrial parks in these countries. And we are currently working with Kenya, in Dongokundu and Naivasha and others. So these are existing projects that we are working on, and we hope to finalize work in those. And you know what we've done in other countries like Gabon. We transformed the entire economy by processing wood. They used to export logs, but right now they're actually exporting quality furniture to Europe, to US. And GDP has actually increased significantly. Jobs are being created. So if we can actually do that with one sector, what if we basically focus just on 3 sectors? The whole economy, the whole continent will be transformed. So in a nutshell, these are some of the products and interventions that we have to support you. We'll have some B2B bilateral discussions for those who need more information. I will be available with my colleagues to actually go into those nuts and bolts on how you access financing. How can you access the 40 billion I talked about? The 1 billion for the automotive, so the 2 billion for the creative. So we'll then go into detail to tell you how you can access that funding. So thank you very much, and asante sana.
Detailed, yeah? Yeah, that's the Afri-Exim Bank way. Another round of applause for him, please. All right, time now for our panel. And I can see they're scattered. Okay, great. She's here. Miss Iona McCreath, Creative Director at Kiko Romeo. Please, right here. Let's appreciate her as she comes. Who around the world? Here. Up next, right there. Up next is Mr. Vimal Shah, Chairman of BIDCO, a great industrialist of our time. Most welcome, sir. Could be up next. Mr. Ashit Shah, the Chairman of the Kenya Association of Manufacturers Automotive Sector. Most welcome. Mr. Jas Bedi, Chairperson, Board of Directors, the Kenya Private Sector Alliance and Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency. Okay, I am informed he has stepped out. And last but not least, Mr. Kudakwashe Matereke, Regional Director, Regional Operations at Afri-Exim Bank. Mr. Matereke, protocol team, could you find him? Sorry? All right. I think I'll be generous with time towards the panelists for this first question, which is basically an introductory question and all that. But I'd like to inform the audience that this is not a lecture. This is a panel discussion where we'd expect a few questions thereafter once we are done with the presentations and various questions that we prepared for the panelists. But let me be generous as we wait for Mr. Matereke. A minute each for introductions, what you do, and we'll pick it up from there.
My name is Iona McCrath, and I am the creative director of Kiko Romeo. We are a heritage fashion brand founded in 1996 and benefiters of the CAMEX program. We've been to Paris with them as well, sort of Barbados and Shanghai. And I just want to say that the importance of having this creative exchange across the continent in terms of opening up for trade, as well as having opportunities to collaborate with different designers and different artisans across the continent has been fantastic. So greatly looking forward to the Algeria this year.
Yeah, good morning everyone. My name is Vimal Shah. We're into fast-moving consumer goods, agribusiness, here in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania. We do edible oils, fats, soaps, margarines, detergents, drinks, sodas, colas, breakfast cereals, snacks. So the whole fast-moving consumer goods area in all 3 countries. And we export to about 16 different countries in Africa, mainly Africa. But also we've started now looking at Middle East and stuff like that, where we're exporting some of our drinks. So yeah, that's me. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Ashit Shah. I'm a board director at Kenya Association of Manufacturers looking after the automotive sector. We've got a own company which manufactures filters and radiator coolant in Kenya, and also going into parts for manufacturing EVs. We've also got an association where we have Parts Manufacturers Association in Kenya, and looking at how we can partner with other parts manufacturers in Africa and create value chain in Africa. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kudakwashe Matereke. I'm the Regional Director for Afrexim Bank, East Africa. The regional office for Afrexim Bank in East Africa looks after 12 countries, the East Africa community countries, one of Africa, and one island nation called Comoros. But we have our office in Kampala, and it's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Great. Let me call Melvin to come and replace, there you go, from the Ministry of Trade. All right, please join the panel and also introduce yourself and tell us what you do.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon. My name is Melvin Mulama from State Department for Trade, Regional Division, ACF Trade Desk Officer. Thank you.
All right, great. Let me start with Mr. Vimor. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area has been here for a little under 5 years or so. Yet we still face some teething problems when trying to break into other markets, other frontier markets and the like. As an industrialist, as a trader who is well known and who has a lot of institutional memory in the Kenyan and the African market by and large, what do you think are some of the challenges that business people still continue to face, even with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area?
Yeah, thank you. I think Mr. Gainmore has actually explained everything there in his slides, and he's shown where the issues are and what the opportunities are. And I think what Afrexim is trying to do, if that was really done and was implemented and adopted by every single African country, we'd really expand this intra-Africa trade in a bigger way. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Our biggest enemy is ourselves in Africa.
Sorry to interrupt. Perhaps protocol team, we could get some glasses of water, if it's okay?
That's fine. But I'm just saying, let's be truthful about this, honest about it. Our biggest enemy is ourselves in Africa. Our governments, our private sector, our vested interests who say, I have this and therefore I don't want to trade. And we've been trading very nicely with China, India, and the West. And the West has predominantly made sure that our trade routes are through the West. If you look at shipping lines, we don't even have a shipping line that's African. I think Egypt has one, but we don't have many shipping lines. They're all European, right? Or from elsewhere. And therefore, we don't have trade routes. I think he talked about it, that if you want to send something from Mombasa to Ghana, it is 3 to 4 times more costly than bringing it from China. So the obvious route is go to China. Logistics across the region. Financing was an issue, but I think now you're solving that, and I think Afrexim Bank will solve that. But I think the issue is we have competitive advantages. The problem with our governments is we do copy and paste. If Uganda is doing something, Kenya wants to do the same thing and say copy and do the same thing. Tanzania does the same thing. And we're really into commodities. But there are competitive advantages. There are some agriculture products, there's some livestock products, there's some other areas where each country has a competitive advantage where they can be least cost producers. Wherever that is in Africa, we probably need Afrexim Bank to have a system whereby we map what is the best thing to produce where, what is the best thing that will be produced from the ground. Because a lot of our raw materials, let's be truthful about it, a lot of our raw materials are taken by China and then processed there and then sent out to the West. So the value addition there is far bigger. We export cotton as cotton, not as a branded shirt. Thank you for really representing our brands, but the point is how many of us are doing branded products that go straight to a shelf in the US or wherever, or online, and they're sold as a brand. The value add there is 1,600%. But we're in the cotton business. We sell cotton. We sell coffee. In Kenya, we have coffee. We still export green beans. We don't export Nescafe, but we import Nescafe.
Mhm.
So I'm just saying the same thing in cocoa, right?
Yeah.
Cocoa is exported as cocoa, but we bring in Swiss chocolates. Swiss chocolates. Switzerland doesn't have any cocoa plants. Belgian chocolates. I'm just saying, when you look at that value add, it's not left here, it's left elsewhere. And it's high time that in Africa, we realize that this value add we want it here. If there's lithium in DRC, can't we produce the batteries for all the EVs here and send them as batteries rather than saying, oh, we will now send them to China and then make the batteries there? Thank you.
Mr. Matareko, I noticed you a long time ago when Vimala just started his point and you were nodding in some sort of disagreement, which we want to establish why. But you oversee the region that in Africa has the biggest shipping coastline. If you're talking about addressing also the Somali market, one of the biggest coastlines, the Horn of Africa and the like, yet we do not have a shipping line. What's your response to Vimal and what's your point of interjection on that same statement?
I think I was actually overly agreeing with him.
Oh, okay.
But there's something that I wanted to share to agree with what Vimal was saying. When he said that the biggest problem is ourselves. Somehow when we talk about intra-Africa trade, we kind of think that somebody will then start it. We think, yes, it is so many African countries, 49 of them have ratified. And do you know that it's now law? The fact that it is ratified means that the trade under the AFCFTA has become law. So governments don't trade. You and I know that. Banks don't trade. Banks facilitate trade. So the responsibility of implementing AFCFTA is, look to your left and right. It's us. If we don't take advantage of the fact that 49 African heads of state agreed to implement the AFCFTA in record time, it will be like us as footballers under AFCFTA. And we will risk missing out on this opportunity. If you own a company or you're an entrepreneur and you are still looking at trading the way our forefathers were trading with Europe, then we are missing the point. Within your corporate, do you have an intra-Africa trade champion who goes out to look and say, can I sell to Ghana? Can I sell to Nigeria? Can I sell to Morocco? If you don't have it, then AFCFTA, yes, it shall be spoken about and done nothing about. And it is important that we see and identify of the goods that we produce. We've always been selling to country Y, and probably we inherited that trend of trading with that country because Vibawe said when the West put this system in place, it was meant to get raw materials out of here and value the other way. It's not the responsibility of the West to reverse it. Never. How can you reverse what you put in place? The responsibility is those on whom the shoe is pinching to take it off. If you have to replace it and wear sandals, so be it. But it's pinching us, so it is us that have to correct it. And until we do that, we'll speak about the FCFTA. I'll just give you a statistics of the things that Afreximbank is doing so that we don't want to talk about problems and not profiling solutions. So when we went into countries like Benin, Gabon is one good example. And I think it can be said about any other African country. The fourth largest exporter of crude oil, fourth largest of manganese, raw, and timber. Went in there, set up a processing plant for timber under the special economic zones, through our investment in a company called Arise. Now Gabon is the 6th largest exporter of furniture and veneer products. You wouldn't have done this by looking at it and saying, now, what can happen now is a neighboring African country can buy furniture from another African country, which was not the case. And I have to greet my colleague here who has just joined us, Director for Project Finance, Helen. And these are some of the things that they are doing on their side. How can we value add commodities so that we don't export raw commodities? She's also working on a project currently between DRC and Zambia, where miners are trading with China and other countries $11 billion per annum of cobalt and nickel. We're seeking to change that. There's a study that we are working on. We're trying to set up an industrial park in the two countries so that we can just go a notch higher value addition of those commodities so that we can add value into battery manufacturing.
Great.
That converts it from 11 billion to 44 billion. So the primary industry mining, 11 per annum. The batteries, when you go into first level to doing batteries, it's already 44. So you are multiplying it by 4. So value addition is the only way we can do it, and it has to be value addition on the African continent. And intra-Africa trade is not for politicians, it's for us in business.
It's for us in
Thank
business. Okay, yes, please. Yes, please. I think for me, my biggest take home from your statement would be we cannot expect the people who instituted some of these things to reverse them for us. I mean, that's a very valid point. We'll give you a flowers, but come and fight later on why AfriEx in regional headquarters is in Kampala. Nairobians, hello. Let me bring in Mr. Ashit on this one. As Mr. Matereke has said, we have the minerals. We have it. We have copper, cobalt, vibranium, lithium, all of these things, and we could possibly create a whole value chain of the automotive sector. Just what is the opportunity you see from where you sit as an automotive association chair towards powering mobility in Africa?
So thank you. So one statement which I don't agree with you is on EVs that Ghana is far ahead of Kenya. I think as Kenya we are much more far ahead than Ghana because we are the only country in Africa which have got assembly regulations which are going to be gazetted in a few weeks for and taking e-mobility into context. Okay? So what am I trying to say? We are going to be assembling electric motorcycles and we put in place assembly regulations to assemble electric vehicles. I don't see any other country in Africa who's actually done that. With creating local content on the same. So I heard you saying in your speeches that how do we make the electric mobility vehicle much cheaper? So what we've done in that regulation is whatever components which are not available in Kenya, we can actually bring them in duty free. Today, like lithium-ion battery, you have to pay 25% tax on them. So what we've now done is reduce that tax to zero, okay? And we're also looking at certain incentives on how to subsidize the electric vehicle battery, right? And learning from the best countries like China and India to drive electric mobility is basically how do you get incentives to reduce the cost of the vehicle without affecting the manufacturing sector to drive the demand of e-mobility, okay? We've learned that from India. India has done a fantastic job on subsidizing the battery. And then you charge the battery and pay for power. So what happens in then the 2 years, whatever the power company has done on paying for the battery and subsidizing it, is actually covered the cost in 2.5 years, right? And then the next 3 years for the entire life of the battery, they actually make more money on the same, right? So it's something which we're working on the same. In terms of local value and minerals and all that, I mean, we've participated in a lot of studies in Rwanda and Congo in minerals and all that, and how do we make certain products locally. One example is like copper wire from Zambia goes to China. China makes them into wire, comes back into African countries, and then we make the wiring harness, right? Which is ridiculous, okay? So what we're trying to do, and one of the meetings which we had in the last 2 years ago, IATF in Cairo, is how do we partner with companies in Egypt and Tunisia to manufacture the wire as inputs to the wiring harness for vehicles. Okay? So that is one of the things which we're looking at. A vehicle has got so many components, we can't do everything, right? That is one of the things which we want to try and get and work in synergy within the African continent, is to specialize which country is going to be best at doing what, right? And then probably partner with them, and instead of us manufacturing certain things, we probably import them from them at maybe semi-finished and then finish them in the country and create local value within Africa. Not as Kenya or East Africa, but I think now we have to talk as Africans and see what values we'll create within Africa and create local content within Africa on the same, to create mass volumes and all that. I mean, the vehicle demand per year in Africa is 3 million vehicles, new and second-hand both. As Mr. Vimal has said, we are our own problems is why do we support second-hand vehicles? You find that 70% of the countries in Africa import vehicles which are already end of life, right? So they import vehicles which are 15 years. A life of a vehicle is supposed to be 18 years, right? And then it's the emission levels and everything is totally basically at zero value. So we import vehicles which are at 15 years. As Kenya, we're doing well because our rule is 8 years, right? And we're now trying to see how we can reduce it on the same, so that we support the value chain and second-hand vehicles within Africa as well. Thank you.
Great. Ms. Iona, you have been fortunate enough to be in global stages where African culture, Kenyan culture is being displayed more publicly and appreciated in levels where even designers here would never thought that would actually be achieved. But there's a bigger opportunity for us as the young people, as the creatives of this industry. We are happy that IATF is recognizing the creative economy, digital economy, and the like. Tell us, what's in it for the young person who wants to also get to those stages? What's the opportunity like from where you sit?
I mean, it's huge. And if we sort of just think about it in the way we normally talk about trade and exchange, is we talk about ports, we talk about the shipping routes, but we don't talk about the music festivals, the runway shows, and all these other platforms. Even as you scroll through social media, that's already a form of trade exchange that is taking place. So having emphasis placed on these platforms, and for example, the shows that we're able to do in Nigeria and Paris, we're able to engage with different sort of collaborators in terms of producers, but also in terms of consumers. So I think there needs to be a shift in the way that we value creative products and seeing them and understanding them as sort of genuine avenues of trade, as we were talking about earlier, as you mentioned, with the sort of the branding and the cotton and how all of that is exported. Whereas if you look at the local economy and I guess regional, we have the manufacturing capabilities, we have the raw materials, we have the design talent, but everything is focused on exporting these products or looking outside to then import them. And it's no longer even just a case of the second-hand clothing market. It's looking at now we're getting sort of new products that are being imported from Turkey, from China, whereas we have all the capabilities locally to produce these. But we need the sort of the financing products, the capacity building as well, that allow these to become viable avenues for a lot of the youth to go into.
Great. I'll come back to you on the readiness of the small and medium enterprises. Let's close the first round of questions with Mr. Mulema. We've spotted the opportunity. We have a 1.3 billion market or more, considering now that we're also expanding to the larger part of the globe. How is the Kenyan government assisting and supporting the entrepreneurs locally to also tap into this Africa Continental Free Trade Area market?
Thank you very much for that question. First, as Kenya, under the ACFTA, in order to implement it properly, we had our ACFTA implementation strategy, which was launched in 2022. It highlights the key sectors, both in trade in goods and trade in services. And also we have the export promotion strategy, which defines the sectors which Kenya is likely to have an edge, and so we have prioritized the sector. Secondly, we still doing the negotiations of some aspects in the ACFTA, and we are coordinating the negotiation at the State Department, but the position is always from the private sector and the regulators. Thirdly, we have the single window system under some of the trade facilitation instruments, where is a single shop where every export certificates can be found. We also in the process of the digitalization of the procedures for export, and also the improvement of infrastructure, both only not the physical infrastructure but also the digital infrastructure. Thank you.
Great. Let me bring in Mr. Matereke as I also open it up to the audience to say that this was not a lecture, this is a conversation we are having. So after this second round of questions, I would expect you to raise a question or two representing your industry and the like. Mr. Matereke, let me bring you in on this one. This conversation about intra-Africa trade would not be complete and tightly enclosed without speaking about financing. I'd like to indulge you for a moment. Do you find the current financing models working for the African SMEs? And if not, are there interventions that are being made so that we can get proper financial models that meet the African continental very nitty-gritty concerns, very granular concerns like the cultural aspect, things like climate change that are now affecting farming, that are now affecting supply chains and the like? Is there a remodeling of the financial system to enable more SMEs be on board?
Thank you very much. I think it's not the best the way the financial modeling is to the benefit of SMEs.
Yeah.
And I'll say this because we have to be honest, right? So let's say the truth. When you approach a financial institution and say you want a loan, we come with the standard requirements.
Whole checklist.
They don't work well for SMEs, and we know that for a fact. I think we should look at more what people are doing to resolve that. We have seen more and more that SMEs do not necessarily require funding, and within financial institutions we should have other ways of facilitation so that they can get access to capacity building, advisory services, and even just to bring them the right levels of training so that they can scale up. And we have seen that that works well. Under the Afreximbank SME program, we have sought to work with commercial banks and identified SMEs so that we can give them the support that they need from a capacity building and scaling up perspective. So that's something. But the SME program was recently launched about 3 years ago, and we think that there's a lot more that we can do in that regard. We, as a development bank also, are not able to filter our way through to SMEs because of the nature of our operations. So we work largely with commercial banks so that we can distribute the funding that we have to SMEs. And then thirdly is the sourcing of financing. We are seeking to find appropriately priced funding so that which appeals to SMEs, because the use of the usual bucket of funds to fund SMEs is not necessarily attractive to them because they are quite sensitive to pricing, and the absorption capacity is low. This is the challenge. Each commercial bank, each financial institution has to have programs to deal with SMEs. But let me just add one point, that we didn't think, when I joined the bank a few years ago, to think that we would work with people in the creative arts was not thinkable. But now we have a program to deal with the creative arts, and most of them is just to give them the exposure that they need. Take their fashion to a fashion show and give them publicity around that, and have programs that can expose them to markets. That is more critical than dollar funding, because some of them don't require loans to launch their lines. They just want to be raised to the level through publicity, through the right platforms. And the Intra-Africa Trade Fair is one such platform, because we are spending money to make sure that everyone participates, because it is important that we get access to information, etc. So you are right that there is need to change focus in the way we address SMEs.
Great. Let me stay with you for a while. Don't off your mic. Let me stay with you for a while. And perhaps the Pan-African payment systems has come in at a time when there's a lot of tech evolving around Africa and processing payments and the like. But then again, there was the gap that you identified. Just how is this particularly working for the East Africa region, which is the region you are mostly responsible for? Perhaps.
Okay. On the PAPs, the East Africa region's response has been slow in implementation.
Compared to where?
Compared to the WAMS region, the West African Monetary Zone, where it has been piloted, tested, and it's working. There is some trades that are happening under our PAPS platform, which is the Pan-Africa Payment and Settlement System in West Africa, where I am sitting in Ghana, I am selling my goods to somebody in Sierra Leone, I invoice the person in Ghanaian cedi, and somebody in Sierra Leone is paying in their local currency. I receive Ghanaian cedis, and his account at a Flexing Bank, or it is local commercial bank, which is a partner under PAPS, is debited in his local currency.
Almost immediately.
Yes, we instantly, 12 seconds. We are not selling the speed at which the payment is done. No, we are selling the ability to settle in local currency. Okay. Because if we sell the speed of settlement, we are selling the wrong item here. Because some people can wait for a week for as long as they get their money.
Yeah.
But I think what we are trying to say is PAPS is working and it has been tested. But we need the volume of African commercial banks and central banks to adopt it. Once we adopt it in the East Africa region, imagine what it would do, because PAPS in East Africa will now speak to PAPS in West Africa. It will be easy to go online, receive your Kenya shillings for goods, and settle immediately with no hassle. Okay. So these are some of the initiatives that the bank is doing to support SMEs. And I'm happy you raised the issue of PAPS, because facilitation is what we need. It's not the loans or funding necessarily. Yeah. Yes. So PAPS platform is helping. And then, because you asked for it, let me please. And tell you the other side of PAPS. We have got what we call the currency marketplace for PAPS. Yeah. So a lot has been saying, and my executive vice president spoke about a company based in Kenya which invoices but out of, say, Nigeria in dollars. And then the dollars get stuck because there is no enough liquidity to wire funds even when you go to the bank. They just don't have dollars. So on the PAPS platform, you go onto the marketplace where somebody offers Naira and another one is offering Kenya shillings. Yeah. The two parties are matched by the platform, and you receive your Kenya shillings in Kenya, and whoever has the other currency in Nigeria receives their Naira. And the trades are settled. Great. That's one other way in which we are facilitating trade to support intra-Africa trade.
Great. I'm very curious on why the East African market has not taken off. Perhaps I'll give you that opportunity when we are closing. Allow me to bring in Ms. Iona once again. You are, and I'd like us to broaden this conversation. beyond just the fashion sector. We're looking at the creative industry, and the truth is, majority of creators, musicians are still, in Kenya at least, are still very not formalized in a sense. But we want to partner with development banks like Afri-Exim Bank, and we want them to assist us or support us in getting towards the global stages and all that. We have not, first of all, patented our goods, which is an IP risk, an intellectual property risk out there. So such exposures. Basically, where I'm driving towards at this point is, how do we get the creative industry ready for partnerships as this?
I think it starts with providing products and solutions that are tailored to the creative industries, because everything right now is sort of quote unquote formal, but that's only formal when looked at it from one perspective. I think there's the whole thing of, as we look at this around trade, around digital products, and allowing that sort of facilitation. But okay, for example, for us, as when you create a garment, the IP laws around it are very sort of broad. You can change one tiny little detail, and then that completely changes it and classifies it as a new product. So that's where branding comes in as something that's very important, as you're able to export that brand and to popularize yourself and to have access to market and for people to understand your brand as an entity and have that, build that identity, then you're able to sort of informally in a way, but it becomes formally, carve out your sort of IP laws. I think there's a whole thing again around what we're facing right now with digital tax, which we spoke about a little bit earlier, and how that can sometimes be something that then becomes quite restrictive to a lot of people, because as we have the internet to put out our products, to market our brands, we don't always have that ability to sort of to physically cross the borders. So how are we facilitating these trade relations, and sort of what the gentleman said earlier about the financing products that are now available to the market, looking at the sort of the Powered by Peoples, the HEVA funds, and creating these sort of facilities for the micro SMEs that are not within the normal quote-unquote structures.
Great. Let me bring in Mr. Ashik on the infrastructural development to support the automotive sector. Are we there yet? If not, what do we need to do to optimize Kenyan and, of course, the larger African region towards things like EV charging points? Should they be simulated perhaps with the current fuel to petrol stations? I don't know. What are your recommendations towards infrastructural readiness?
Okay, so thanks, Brian. So the first thing is that 92% of our energy is green.
Yeah.
And the question is that why are we still one of the highest paying countries on power?
Cost of energy.
Okay, so cost of energy is a big issue.
Yeah.
Not only on EVs, but also on the whole manufacturing.
Vimal is smiling.
Okay, and that actually affects everybody across the board. Okay, so we need to look at that. The next thing we need to look at is on infrastructure, cost of logistics, our ports, cost of clearing goods, cost of importing our raw materials. I think we need to all look at that to become much more competitive on the same. In terms of charging infrastructure and that, we need to put in place and sustain is how do we localize and manufacture the charging ports in Kenya, and then probably duplicate that in Africa and partner with other countries in Africa to create this battery software, battery management software, the charging software behind the infrastructure charging ports. And countries like Tunisia and Morocco are way ahead on this, right? And they actually manufacture for the European countries. So why can we not do that in Kenya? Okay. Something very interesting is where Tunisia does not have any manufacturing and assembly plant, but most of the IT and software engineering is actually done in Tunisia and then exported to France and Germany on the same. As somebody said that we need to localize and create that whole energy within Africa on the same. And it is there, we can do it. I mean, there's nothing wrong or nothing difficult because we have all the technology, people are already doing it on the same.
Great. And we also have the knowledge. Vimal, you're smiling. You're itching with a point. Let me give you a chance as I also ask you if how much we can be able to harmonize some of these policies to sort of homogenize a heterogeneous market. And this is what I mean. The laws for entry of market, say, to DRC are totally different to Angola or the Central African Republic. But those guys are very quiet. They need to do something so that we know them. I mean, don't you ever get concerned that there are countries in Africa that you don't hear about? You get concerned. Can I interest you in something? Do you know between Nigeria and Ghana there are two countries? Togo and Benin. But you would think they're neighbors, right? What are these two guys doing? You know, we need to hear from them more. But Vimal, before I get distracted here, are we ever going to see a properly homogenized policy that allows this common market dream to be real, so that barriers to entry of market are minimalized, things like cross-border trading minimalized? Talk to me about that.
In short, where there's a will, there's a way. The first question comes in, is there a will? If I talk from the private sector side, there's a big will. There's a big eagerness. We have the best entrepreneurship you can get everywhere in Africa. The question is the government willing to say, let's liberalize, let's open it up? That's a question mark, right? Because I think the government's gone into the license Raj. License Raj means pre-colonial era, when the British ruled us as a colony. They made sure that locals were barred from doing many things, and by putting in license, there was a license for everything, you know. Yeah. And we have now regressed back to that in Kenya to say, let's have a license for everything. In my office, we have about 20 licenses just, you know, for operating. And none of them add value. Seriously, they don't add any value. It's just you paid the money, oh yeah, fine. Every year they want a payment. It's a toll station, actually. So if the government decides, let's talk about EV alone, and said, fine, we want to make the mobility a big thing here. Deregulate it. Just deregulate it. And I can tell you what, there'll be people putting up a solar station and putting a charging station everywhere. They'll compete for, like we have Safaricom guys who sell Airtel, Safaricom. Our local entrepreneurs will start doing it and say, fine, here's a charging station. Come, charge, this is my cost. You won't have to go to a petrol station. The second thing is exchanging batteries. The whole thing is just, you don't have to have a charging station.
The battery swaps.
Standardize batteries and say, fine, here, exchange batteries. So I give you one, get another one. Because you're selling power, you're not selling batteries. So I'm just saying, it's where there's a will, there's a way. So we can streamline it. And I think we have government here, but government does not have a clear strategy of what we want to do. All they go into is, fine, let's tax here, tax here, tax here, put a license here, we can't do batteries here, we can't do this here, we can't do that here, just to keep it very safe for a few people in public government or wherever, to keep them safe and say, fine, we are not going to be. Open up competition, allow it. In fact, in Africa, we should have a borderless Africa. And this is something I'm saying to Afri-Exim Bank. Let's have a decision, borderless Africa, and a digitalized border. So that if a truck is going through, it just goes through. In Europe, a truck just goes through and it's registered. They know exactly where it's going. Yeah. Here, go to Malawi, go to our borders. They wait for 3, 4, 5 days, they're standing in line, and various problems. Borderless Africa and digitalized borders. And Africa-Exim Bank, and I think this is where we need a lot of gain there. We can do that. It's not difficult. It's not rocket science today. Number two, with all the AI that's coming up, our youth are ready for it. Yeah. But the governments are not. And they're all into, oh, how do we regulate it? How do we stop it? How do we do this? Forget it. Deregulate. So I'm just saying, to do that, it's not difficult. Number two, I think when you talk about IP, you're talking about, how is she going to register all her clothes and say this is an IP? Stop looking at IP as protection, because then the law becomes the ass. Sorry to say this. Because you say, fine, somebody's infringed my IP. You go to file a court case. The court case takes you 10 years. What IP are you going to get? Stop listening to saying, let's just get IP done. The customer or the consumer in Africa is the one who will say what I want. And they will buy what they want. Today in Kenya, there are so many, all the women in the house, they're getting their cosmetics direct from China, sent to their homes. without paying any taxes. So you can say, I'm putting in taxes and tariffs and whatever. This trade is happening. Compliance is important. So even if you put all the systems in, we've got to have our compliance. So I just think it's a holistic thing. It's whole of government and private sector working together and say, fine, let's adopt this. And we need a reset in Africa. Reset the whole of Africa, because we were colonized and we still carry this colonized mindset of regulate everybody. I think one more thing. Can I ask a question to the public here?
Yes.
How many of you have used PAPS? Just look at numbers.
Yeah,
How many of you have used PAPS? 2 people there.
2 people,
Good.
yeah.
Right? So I'm just saying, a feedback is to say, half the people here may not be aware of what is PAPS. Number 2, how do I use it? What's the benefit for me? What does it open up for me?
Yeah.
Just we do that. I think that's a learning for us to say, fine, I know this is a roadshow, so we're going to talk about it. But all the stuff you've shown there, want to gain more.
Yeah.
Whatever you've shown there, if you can implement it, I think all the people here are ready for it. Give it to us tonight. We can start doing it. Our entrepreneurs are amazing. They'll start moving all over Africa.
Yep.
So I think this is something that we haven't known. All we've known is Dubai. And Dubai has positioned itself to be the trading center or hub for the rest of Africa. And we are allowing it. Because why? We all go and say, all our politicians, everybody sets up companies in Dubai and starts trading with us in Dubai. All they do there is exchange invoices, under invoice, over invoice, so the tariffs don't take place. So I just think that we just need to look at it. Where's our Dubai in Africa? I mean, I've been at conferences like this in Dubai where they say, we're the gateway for Africa. And I actually told them, no, we need to have it in Africa. So I'm just saying, whether it's Egypt, Nairobi, or whatever, it may not be one country. It may be Egypt. The diamond of Africa is Egypt, Kenya, South Africa, and Nigeria or West Africa. And all these 4 need to have those hubs where they become that, right?
Yeah.
All our IP, sorry to say this, can I just go on? A lot of our digital youngsters are taking their IP from here. They've got the idea here, but they go and register it either in Ireland or Delaware, and that becomes tax-free, duty-free, and here they still operate. We're letting it go. Sorry, I can go on, but that's important. So lastly, I just want to say that let us stop becoming our own enemies and let's start saying, we have the problem, we have the solution, but let's start acting on it. Thank you.
Great.
And one more thing, Afro-Exim Bank, amazing what you presented today. If we start doing this, I think everyone here will say, let's do it tonight. The banks that we've got in Kenya are not helping us in this manner.
Great. Matereke, you have an intervention. 30 seconds.
Yes, 30 seconds, which will be spent in us saying PAPS requires local commercial banks, fintechs, and central banks to sign up. And that's why if it was in West Africa and you had said, who has used PAPS, there will be more hands in the West African monetary zone. So we really implore on the central banks for East Africa to sign up for PAPS. But Vimao raised an interesting thing about controls and regulations, licensing, certificates, phytosanitary requirements.
Yeah.
There's an initiative that we have for establishing Africa Quality Centers. Africa Quality Centers, AQACs, Africa Quality Assurance Centers. So what we do is that, I don't know, somebody can confirm this. If you want to export cassava from Ghana to Nigeria, you need to send that sample of cassava to a European country for it to be tested before it can be accepted in the other local market. Let's not worry about it. We are not the ones who set up those laws. They were done deliberately, but to unwind them, you need to be clever. Afrexim Bank is setting up, the first AQAC has already been set up in Nigeria for food and agricultural commodities. So it will all be certified in Africa. We have pending approvals to implement AQACs in East Africa. We will set up the AQACs either in Kenya for certification of all commodities out of the East Africa region going into, so that our avocados don't get rejected when they reach the market. Yeah. So you team up with the best in class on testing and certification. If that comes out of the East Africa ACAC Center, you have got to have a good reason to reject it when you are the receiving party. So in terms of certification, etc., that's one of the initiatives that we are leading. And we are pending some approvals, allocation of lands. It's not a loan, it's Afreximbank investing in an ACAC which will run a business where people, you want to sell flowers, you go through that center, they get certified, they don't get rejected when they reach Australia, or they don't have to pass through Netherlands for them to go to Australia or something like that. So that's one of the initiatives we are running. So we just want to highlight that because it's an hindrance to our trade.
Great. Thank you for mentioning that. I think that's my colleagues in the media here. Very well, they are gone. That's an exclusive for me for NTV. Thank you. So that's an exclusive for me. And speaking of this flowers thing, I love Nigeria. I study Nigeria a lot. These people re-import Kenyan flowers from Netherlands. Why can't we just have a straight market to that? You know, straight route to market through from Kenya to Lagos directly. Very, very interesting. Let me get Miss Ayana. You added a point?
Yeah. I was just going to say the need for the certification for textiles as well, because we face that problem where we'll have a wholesaler who's wanting our products, but then we have to send our fabrics for certification to Europe. So yeah, there's definitely a need.
Great. We could go on and on. This conversation sounds interesting. It could go on and on and on and on. Protocol team, get a mic on the floor. Let's get a few questions. I see Jogs Mbugwa is up. Jogs Mbugwa is right there. There's a lady here. The EVP is also here. Let me get a question from Jogs. Yes? This gentleman is the founder of EV Africa.
E-Bikes Africa.
E-Bikes Africa, yes, sorry.
Thank you, panel, for a very insightful session. So the reason we keep mentioning mobility, in Kenya, only 2% of people drive to work. Only 2%. So if you drove here, then you're very, very privileged. So a lot of people are stuck in cycles of poverty, living within 16 kilometers of their home. So I have two questions for the panel. We're in a beautiful hotel.
Are you able to direct it to one person, to one panelist, so that we manage time?
Yes.
Okay.
This will be to you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're in a beautiful hotel. It's air conditioned. There's carpets on the floor. But when you go to the custom office in Kigali, that guy doesn't know anything about what we're talking about. What are you guys doing to sensitize those people and to train them?
Okay.
And they give us the headaches, you know. Yeah. Second question is for Africa Exim Bank. You're doing an amazing job finding us affordable credit. You then hand this credit over to commercial banks. SMEs are then forced to compete with the government. And the government offers them crazy rates of return. Have you guys considered doing special purpose vehicles that focus entirely on the SME? Thank you.
Hey. Jogs, the EVP had a point, so perhaps you could pass the mic to him. So let's just take the questions, panelists. We'll note them down and then we'll take them in one round in 10 minutes cumulatively, then we go through.
It's just a quick comment on this points of re-export and how the whole Africa trade is taking outside of the continent to be traded back again. The amount of things we sell to Asia, for example, our raw materials, that's going through Dubai, and then the amount of goods that's coming from China that's stored in Dubai before they be sold in Africa. And we need to contemplate about the corners of Africa and get it right. We have the Egyptians where they can control the Asia corridor and have their warehouses there. The Kenyan here, all the trading with the West. They should look at aggregating all Africa, store it here rather than being stored outside, re-exported or re-imported. The re-export, re-import business is very big. If you look at the GDP of Singapore, of Dubai, big chunk. You can increase your GDP by 50% by not producing anything, just buying and selling.
Yeah.
So the corners of Africa, the Egypt, the Morocco, the Nigeria, the South Africa, the Kenya on the east side really need to assume this role and start to give a kicker to the GDP by thinking this way. Why am I leaving the import and export to go outside of the continent where I can aggregate and resell? Don't think only about what Kenya can export. Think about what Kenya can re-export.
Great. There's an opportunity in re-export, in the re-export market. Aya, wacha tushachukua hiyo row. Let's take one from here. The lady in red. Let's have the lady in red get a question. Hiyo row melala. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Karen Omboidera, a young person in the room, and I do research, and I'm a B2B specialist. And I have two questions, one to Mr. Vimal, and then the next one to the VP of the Afremix Bank. So my first question is based on trust. We talk about inter-Africa trade and intertrade between countries. But as someone who has established your company as a very big Pan-African brand, what are some of the lessons that you can give to the upcoming SMEs and brands that are also trying to establish their brands through the intertrade? Because as long as we have a mindset of 14% of the Africans, which is based on research, believing that the exported brands are much more bigger than the African brands that we have here. That means even if we open up trade, we will still suffer in terms of Africans thinking that the brands that we have here are not up to par or are products that can be trusted. So I just want to know, is this something that you have actually experienced, and how do we turn over as brands that are in Africa? And then my next question to the VP of Afremix, regional VP, sorry. I just wanted to know, as much as you're building on the inter-Africa financing trade, what are the soft structures, infrastructure that you're also building on? You know that even if we open the Africa trading and we don't have good narratives in terms of communication, branding, and marketing, what are some of the stories that we want to tell? Because even if we open up these markets and we don't tell good stories as African brands, how can we leverage on that? So that is my question. Thank you.
Great. Let's have this gentleman at the front.
Thank you very much. My name is Mwangi Munga. I'm the managing partner of East Africa Law Partners, and we're essentially aiming to be among the first Kenyan law firms to have a presence in all the East African countries.
Okay.
My question, first of all, is to Mr. Matereke.
How many questions do you have?
Two.
Hey.
They are very quick.
Short, yeah.
And I ask this in the sense that as payment solution and for businesses, getting the issue of payment solutions correct is very difficult, in the sense that a lot of money is lost in transaction fees, in conversion fees. So what is slowing down the adoption of PAPs, and what can we do as businesses to ensure or to try and leverage on these systems to ensure that money or the transaction fees goes down? I'm saying this in the background, like if we are receiving a payment as a law firm, if we are receiving a payment from Uganda, almost 25% of it is being lost in transaction fees and bank charges.
Okay.
The second question would be to Vimal. Had the pleasure of meeting him outside, but let me still ask him. As the chair of BICO, and you operate in different countries, what role do you think lawyers and law firms can play in elevating or trying to solve some of the challenges businesses face that operate in different jurisdictions and different states.
Great. All right. Do you take the first? Let's take the first round of questions, and then perhaps we can pick up with the next. Sindio. Aye. Panelists, who wants to go first? Mulema.
Thank you. Maybe I'll start with the first question, which was on tariffs and capacity building. And maybe if I can say first on tariffs, the ACFT Secretariat has an online portal which is called the e-tariff portal. And the e-tariff portal has the agri tariffs in category A, which is currently being traded. Though many people do not know about the e-tariff portal and are not aware of the schedules of the agreed tariffs. So for the capacity building, a lot is going on for capacity building. We have done a number of capacity building from the government side. Even the leading private sector like the KAM, the chambers, and the KEPSA, all which are also doing the capacity building. And even currently we have the KEPROBA who are doing the monthly webinars on the ACFT and the markets. Also on the issue of warehouse, and I think this has not come out today very strongly, and the challenge that is facing the SME and the small traders on the African market and even the other market is the capacity to meet the demand for the exports, for the export market. And under the ACFT, we have the trading companies. And trading companies is an effort from the ACFT Secretariat and the Afrexim Bank, which are assisting the SME to come together and make the export trading companies, which will help to create these warehouses in the other countries. And it will help for them to aggregate their products in order to meet the capacity, because you can have your product, but the export market want this capacity. And you can have a very legal problem if you agree you will supply and not meet the capacity. So we have that avenue for creating the export trading companies to help to aggregate products, to have to source the market from the export country, and also to help with the information and etc. The other question was on the re-export, but my answer to that will be that for the African Continental Free Trade Area, it has some flexible rules under the rules of origin, which can allow maybe a certain percentage if you import some raw material to enable you use those raw materials for the African market. And under the rules of origin, any raw material gotten from Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, and the processing is taken in another country which is a state party, qualify to be an originating product. Maybe this is not my question, but on the Pan-African and payment system, I think the major challenge that we are facing is other countries not embracing the platform. Because if you go to the website that the Pan-African they have created, you see that maybe around 16 or 17 central banks are on the platform, and not all those countries, 17 countries or the countries, their commercial banks are linked to the platform. So the major challenge maybe for my side is the other countries which are not yet on the system. I submit.
In no particular order. Just continue. If you had a question, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. The last part of the question, so I will not answer that. He addressed it.
Okay.
Because you need a community of traders who are signed up for there to be an exchange. So that's on PAPS. The first question was on the model that is used by development banks to lend money to SMEs through commercial banks. It's not perfect. Maybe more can be done, but it's not just more in terms of lending, but more facilitation, more capacity building, more can be done, and I think we can try and do more, and I take the point. Karen, I think you were asking, first mentioned infrastructure, so I got confused because you also went on to speak about branding. So maybe to put it that way, there is a lot more that is being done, and because we are trying to provide solutions, maybe we're not making as much noise about the successes that we are having. I think we should do that, and I take your point that most of the things that we have done, especially at Afreximbank, we have communicated them on our website, but I think we need to deliver the message more, because the more we say it, the more it resonates to those that are seeking solutions so that they can find a way of getting some of the issues that they have raised. Then there is transaction charges. It's more expensive to send money via SWIFT. They say that Africa loses about 4 billion a year from money transfers using the SWIFT system. Probably perhaps is cheaper. We can have an engagement on the charges that perhaps, but I can tell you it's much cheaper to do perhaps transfers between accounts in local currency than it would cost me to wire money from Uganda using US dollars accounts between countries. That's what I thought I would address. I don't remember that there was any question that I'm competent to address of the ones that were asked.
All right. Vimal, you had a few questions?
I think the question around branding and, of course, exports across the region and what's the strategy. Let's just put this into context, because intra-Africa trade, it's not going to be done by the kiosks in town. It's not going to be done by the small duka in town, right? But if we were to say, let's get the small dukas, all the small handicraft makers and all of them to come and start exporting to the rest of Africa, we have to organize ourselves, probably in Kenya, to say, fine, let's have a chama or a cooperative or a place where there's somebody who's specialist to make sure we export those brands to the rest of Africa, but every small person can chip into it and be part of it, right? So the expertise existing in that association, or call it whatever you want, whether it's a cooperative, society, whatever, but put it together as a commercial entity that says, fine, now we are exporters to the rest. Then you have country experts in every country to say, fine, this country, that country, identify markets, and then you have your branding strategy. For branding to be famous across Africa, for one brand, you need a lot of money. Because awareness, creation awareness, because I'll use the example, if Kiko Romeo is famous here in Kenya, is it famous in Botswana? Yeah. Is it famous in Nigeria? Is it famous in Egypt? Question mark. So I think there's a whole branding strategy that needs to come from there. But if this was the smaller people, we talk about the smaller enterprises, yes, we can form them into chamas. Otherwise, individually, they'll be having this problem of charges. The cost will be so high that they can't afford it, right? So that's one thing. Second thing is, I think Exim Bank will not be playing the role, I assume. They'll not be playing the role of what your commercial banks are doing here. So the commercial banks have their own role to fund small, medium enterprises. But they will be looking at the macro. Because as much as we say that SMEs suffer, let me tell you one thing. In Africa, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's a banker here, vice president. If you were doing a project in Africa for $1 billion or $2 billion, it'll take you 2 or 3 years to collect that money and get that capital formation. Capital formation in Africa is very difficult. I was speaking to somebody in Wall Street and he said, if it was for US, in a week we'll get you $1 billion. In 1 week, we'll get you that subscription. For Africa, it would take you 2-3 years because of lack of trust and lack of whatever. And that's our biggest problem. So Afrexim Bank is going to do mega big things. Because if we have a shipping line, we need some shipping lines, and we now have more ports, private ports that are operating there as tariff-free, right? We could do that so much more better. The logistics could be handled, but it needs large capital. And it needs large operators too in Africa. That's the type of business that I think Afro-Exim Bank is going to look and focus on. But overall, for the small, medium, and branding, I think we've got to get together and get our act together. Does that answer your question? But let me tell you one thing. AFCFTA is not live right now that you can get duty-free products to everywhere. It's a free trade area. Whereas East Africa today, East Africa is not a free trade area. East Africa is a common market. Therefore, we have a common external tariff, ESC-CET. The CET is your common external tariff, so anything coming into East Africa from anywhere outside has the same tariffs coming in. But in AFCFTA, Egypt could bring in product duty-free into their country and export here duty-free, and you have that disparity. So in a free trade area, it's different. As we migrate from a borderless Africa and go to that common market, then we'll have a common external tariff. But again, policing that is a big issue. To talk about law firms, I think, frankly, you got to be disrupted. AI is going to pick up so much that I can get a legal agreement done in 20 minutes. But at the same time, you can do that same thing in African countries, get the law sorted out and move that. So I think all the people here want that legal thing sorted out within, I think, hours or minutes nowadays, or on the spot. And therefore, if you provide that service, there's serious opportunity here. Plus, you can now have agents in every other country. I attended a session last week where somebody says, now I don't need people. I've got agents, agentic AI, whereby his CFO is an agent, his CMO, his Chief Marketing Officer, is an agent, AI agent, and they run it as a board. And he's running a whole company with 5, 6 different C-level people who are all agents on AI. So I'm just saying, even legal, a 400-page contract can be agreed one day and sorted out on AI. I was dealing with Egypt last week, and I had a problem with Egyptian suppliers. They couldn't speak English. They said, oh, we have a language problem. The lawyers don't understand English. They want everything in Arabic. We have a problem. So I'm just saying there's opportunity for lawyers to look at that, but you've got to do it rapidly. You've got to grow fast, and really, we will always still need lawyers because the brains you have are amazing.
The real version of Akuikwan Wakili, yeah? Akuikwan Wakili is a common Kenyan joke when people don't want to pay for legal services. They ask you, Akuikwan Wakili. Anyway, are we done with the questions, panelists? Can we take more? The lady in green, let me give her an opportunity. 30 seconds, one question, please. We keep it at that. Then we come to you, and then you, yeah. Keep it very quick, because time's not on our side now. Channel your question to one panelist so that we manage time. Relax, don't be tense up. Relax.
No, the mic. Okay, my name is Catherine, a HR professional. I like to ask Vimal, I know all of us, we are employers, okay? What advice would you give to a business person or entrepreneur to become a great employer? That's my question.
Great, thank you. Next is here. There's a lady here in short hair. Yes, glasses.
Thank you so much. My name is Lea Kigondo. I work in the pharmaceutical space, but my question is in regards to data and AI. As Exim Bank, I think where we are headed is we need a lot of data and insight, which is lacking in Africa. As a bank that has a macro and a continental perspective, and I'm sure you get a lot of data with your regional operations. How are you able to create a regional intelligence hub where people can just be plugging in to be able to gather data and learn from it? And then for Vimal, what are you seeing AI do in the manufacturing sector in Africa in the coming few years?
Solid on the central point, on the central data point. Very, very solid. Let's take you here.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Bernice Mayenga. I'm the founder of Africa Resource Connect. And what I'm passionate about is helping female founders scale their businesses, but build legacies. Now, my question to Afri-Exim, we can talk all day about what you've set up, and I know you talked about the Africa Quality Assurance Center, But I think that jumps the gun, because if Vimal has just said it rightly, we need to reset Africa. But I think what you need to do as the bank, because you've done a lot, and we commend you for that, but what you need to do is you need to reset how you engage. Because for me, trying to help female founders to scale, meaning opening up markets for them, and I want to take this opportunity to also recognize Sheila from Metai Africa, because she has done a lot in opening up markets for business people from Kenya into South Africa and different parts of the country. Our biggest frustration is not the systems and structures. You've done that, you talk about it all the time. Our biggest frustration is, how do we prepare these female founders or these businesses to actually position themselves for the business that is out there waiting for them?
Great.
Because I feel like they get overwhelmed when they get an opportunity, but that funding is going to disrupt so many things about their business. And I don't think we're addressing that. So can we create spaces where we prepare businesses for what happens when you access funding?
Yeah.
Because that is going to disrupt people. It's not about getting people to supply or putting people together to supply. It is what happens to me as the owner of a business. If you open up a market for me and I get overwhelmed with what this money does in terms of disrupting my business. Thank you.
Great. Let's take that gentleman at the back as the last question, kindly. There's a gentleman at the back. Right here. Yeah, that's him.
Hello. Okay, my name is Alex Ropp. I just completed a industrial attachment at Rivertex Textile.
Nice.
And at Rivertex Textile, the company is at the brink of being closed at the moment. And what is Afrexim Bank doing in terms of interventions and maybe financing to ensure that the company is still competitive and there is sustainability? Thank you.
Very solid. Very, very solid. I studied in Moi University, close to Apo Rivertex, nini. So hiyo maneno naelewa. There's a question. Miriam, where is it? Ah, there you go. There's the lady in white.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Catherine Wanchoya. I run a startup, and recently I had an experience trying to export to Uganda. I had issues, first of all, to do with at the border, the import, because I thought we were integrated in Eastern region. The kind of taxes which I had to pay were quite punitive. That is one. Number two, when it came to payments, the Ugandan organization, the company wanted to pay me in Uganda shillings. I said no. Where do I take Ugandan shillings? Then I asked them, because they had a counterpart in Kenya, can I be paid in Kenyan shillings? Can this company here pay me? And then they said, no, it has to be us paying us. So I ended up insisting even in being paid before I shipped in US dollars. These are the kind of problems that we are having as startups here in Kenya. And SMEs. And SMEs contribute quite a lot to this country. So as you think about the big fish, don't forget us. 80%, more than 80% of employees are employed by the SMEs. So also think about us, because when you channel your funding through the bank, and this we have experienced, I'll go to the bank, and the first thing they'll ask me is collateral. So what happened to that SME? Does it mean that we won't get the opportunity to grow as others, to become big, like Bidco and the rest? Thank you.
Let's close it at that point. Panelists, if you have a response, commentary, interjection, please, this is your chance to respond. Again, in no particular order. But I must commend the ladies in the house. You've done well for yourself. I'm happy. This is one of those forums where, okay, there you go.
You're right, Vimal. Most of the questions were targeted at Afrexim Bank.
Yeah.
No, targeted is the wrong word. They were directed.
Directed.
Kizungu. So there is some work that the bank is doing around artificial intelligence. We do recognize the fact that we are quite a big resource for information. And I don't want to speak on something that I'm not competent on, big technology and those things, but we have colleagues in the strategy and innovation who are working on how best we can use artificial intelligence to even make the work we are doing understood and disseminated properly across the African continent. I think if there's some ideas you may have, I would like to engage with you on a one-to-one. I hope you are not thinking that ACACs are bad, but I didn't get that sense. You are saying it's good, but there is the forgotten business entrepreneurs, women that are doing quite a lot, who obviously need to be upskilled to the level that they can also compete in an open environment when the FCFTA is operating. But I didn't get your question. You are shaking your head. So I need to understand your question properly.
They already have gone through acceleration and incubation.
Fine.
The structure they have that.
Mm-hmm.
But when you help them get funding, because I'm also in a space where we help them access funding and public grants.
Okay.
When they get that money, their mind is not prepared to absorb it and then continuously run their business again. I mean, if today you gave Gumasha 2 million, he knows exactly where to place it.
I would love to do that today.
You gave a female 50 million. Because many of the females that I deal with, you ask them how much money do you need for your business? They like the 5 million figure. I don't know why. But investors are willing to give them more than that. What I'm asking is, Afri-Exim, even if you're going to work with organizations that have incubator and accelerator, because we're the ones who engage with these businesses one-on-one, is there a way that you can support us so that we prepare them for this funding when they receive it, when they're now looking at scaling?
You have been understood. Yeah, you've been understood. So under the SME program, there is work being done, and we've already started identifying under that program ways in which we can work with women and small scale businesses. And it's under the what we call the advisory. We do advisory, we do capacity building and training so that they can be prepared for scaling up their business. Because what you're talking about is a challenge. How best can you make use of a $5 million, $50 million loan so that you can apply it to the business? You are mentally ready to apply it to the business. So it's a training issue that you are raising. You still think it is not? Yeah.
I think what she's asking is that supposing they're funded, then how do you build their capacities that they can do financial prudence so that they don't waste it away and then they can't repay? So capacity building, are you doing something at Exim Bank for that, helping that, or is there a program that you've got to give financial prudence to people to say, fine, you get a loan, what you do with it, how you do it, how you repay it? So it's basically financial 101.
It is a young project. It is a young program that we have. And I did mention when I started the conversation that our SME program is only about 3-4 years launched. And it's still relatively young. But we have done, or we have started doing that so that you get ready the participants under that program for growth. And we even we have capacity to twin them with other bigger parties or other bigger players so that they can actually, so each business is different, but You are looking at twinning arrangements that you can have with bigger players so that they can actually become suppliers of bigger companies so that they operate within an ecosystem where they have got that support in terms of nurturing. That's something that you and I need to discuss and see what support you can have and even ideas that you may have. I want to understand what ideas you may have on the things that we are doing. Rivertex is a company that we know, and I understand that there's something that the government is doing in order to revive the fortunes of Rivertex. To the extent that it operates in the value chains, it's in the cotton sector, and cotton supports agriculture, it supports the clothing sector. If we receive proposals on how to revive the fortunes of Rivertex and the parties that we can work with, I think it's something that we'll be very interested in working with. And I'm saying this because I know that something is working and we've already expressed interest in supporting Rivertex. Then trade with neighboring countries where parties receive Uganda shillings and Kenya shillings. I think we just reiterate the fact that it's instruments like PAPs that would help solve these issues because like we said, I don't think we set out to trade because we are trying to raise US dollars. That's not. In markets that are fairly stable like Kenya, when I'm Zimbabwean, so when we trade, we were looking for US dollars, so don't get me wrong. But in Kenya, when somebody trades, they just want a fair value of their goods in Kenya shillings. And PAPS helps resolve the challenges presented by parties that are not interested in paying other than their local currency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll take the other question.
Yeah, please.
You talked about employers and how do you make it. I think first and foremost, become the best place to work in. You got to identify there's different generations today, right? There's Gen Z, then there's whatever generations we talk about, and we probably our sell-by date is over. But there's a lot more that you got to look at in terms of happy, healthy living is what we look at. Are your people happy? Are they healthy? Are they living? And therefore, do they want to work with you or do they have to work with you? So if they want to work with you, it'll be easy to have them on board. But if they have to work for you, then it's like, authoritarian, rule, force. Monday morning is a bother to come to work. So we can talk about that later. But I think the issue is that make it a better place to work in, and therefore they feel proud. Today's people, today's workers, today's people who are there want a good culture. Culture doesn't mean where I come from, tribe or whatever. It's culture, company culture. What's the company culture? Is it authoritarian or is it democratic, right? So again, liberal. You got to discuss that. Youngsters today don't want a time switch. They don't want a time. You time I call it body time. You calculate body time in and out, and that's it. They want to know what's my meaningfulness. Am I meaningful? Am I doing something? Am I contributing something? So we can talk about this, but you can go to AI and get all the answers. Sorry. To answer your question on AI, there's amazing use cases for AI. And I think in everything in manufacturing, although we haven't adopted them here yet, like robotic manufacturing, we haven't adopted it yet, but that's coming. In fact, I see that what Ashit and them are doing in terms of the car manufacturing or batteries or whatever, you are going to use so much more robotics there that you may have a dark factory which doesn't even need lights and robots are operating it. So that's going to happen. But there are use cases for anything you use right now. Common, where you got mundane tasks, which are repetitive tasks, you can automate them instantly. And it depends on what software, what systems you use. One more thing, you can't use AI if you're not on the cloud. Understand one thing. A lot of CEOs fear that, we don't want to take our data to cloud because what if somebody gets our data? Guys, if you're using this as a device, it's all hackable. You're making a phone call, it's recordable. So if you're saying, we can't put our data out there, stop using phones, just have one-to-one meeting and make sure they don't have a watch, they don't have a pen, they don't have this, because everything could have some sort of a form there. So I just think AI has got huge uses, and don't get me wrong, jobs are going to get lost. Jobs are going to get lost. But jobs are going to get lost to people who don't use AI. There'll be jobs, new jobs coming in for people who use AI. So all I would say, if you don't want your job to get lost, ensure you are surfing the tsunami of AI and saying, fine, be on top of it, whatever. They're dropping too many things today, but you got to keep learning. So there's many use cases, HR, repetitive cases, your invoicing, your accounting, your whole system.
Inventory.
In fact, accountants will be out of jobs anyway. So I'm just saying, there's many use cases, but the future is with AI. We cannot avoid it. And I don't think it's called artificial intelligence. I would call it augmented intelligence.
Great. Are there any other questions? None for now. No, wait, audience. I wish I could do miracles. I wish we could stay here all day till evening. We could have had an opportunity to talk more, but allow us to end it at that point. Let me land my point. I am so impressed by women founders, by the ladies in the house. I think this is the one event that I've really come to that I didn't struggle forcing ladies to speak. Majority of the time when I'm moderating an event, I normally find it's easier for the gentlemen to come and talk and everything, but here we had more hands from women founders, people from ladies than we ever did before. Please appreciate yourself for that. That's a good thing. Who ran the world? Miss Vimal, Mr. Ashit, Mr. Matresek, that one, and Mulema, thank you so much for making time for us on the panel. Let's appreciate our panelists as we close this panel. And that's it. Do we have a photo session or what? Do we get to have a photo session just before we step off? All right, there you go. Let me also join in. I could use this photo to secure some financing. This is enough collateral. Hey, wait. My IP is not properly. All right, thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, we are aging towards the end. Check, great. Check, So we're edging towards the end of today's roadshow. Allow me to welcome, okay. Okay, let me call back the panelists so that we hand them these hampers. Mr. Vimal, please, let me have the panelists so that we can give you the hampers. Oh, okay, great. You're going to pick them on your way out, it's okay. Well and good. Thank you. Let's appreciate them one last time as they exit. Let's do the final and most passionate corporate, or rather global call towards IATF, Algiers. And I would invite Ivanshi Naidu to come and do this one for us. This is the activation time for you to understand what you should expect in Algeria. Who ran the world?
All protocol observed. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to share the Inter-African Trade Fair with you. My name is Ivashni Naidu, and I'm the General Manager for the Inter-African Trade Fair, and I'd like to welcome you all to the Kenyan Roadshow. Inter-African Trade Fair. Is my presentation? Inter-African trade fair is very low and around 16 to 18%, and one of the challenges affecting inter-African trade is the lack of access to trade and market information. Inter-African investment and industrialization levels are also low. In order to address these challenges, African Bank, in collaboration with the African Union Commission and the AFCFTA Secretariat, agreed to organize the Inter-African Trade Fair, IATF, every 2 years as a sustainable platform where buyers, sellers, investors meet to consummate transactions. The IATF has become the AFCFTA marketplace and the go-to event on the continent that supports the implementation of the AFCFTA, boosting inter-African trade initiatives, BIAT, and agenda. Is it in my nose? Yeah. Okay, thank you. And Agenda 2063. IATF has fully embraced by the AU heads and governments, underscoring the importance of IATF as a continental initiative and as the marketplace for the AFCFTA. The African Union Summit in 2023 proved the theme of the year, acceleration of the implementation of the AFCFTA. The event, the event has grown year on year and today boasts as Africa's premier trade and investment event. In IATF 2018, it attracted 1,086 exhibitors, 10,049 visitors, visitors and conference delegates from 45 countries, and $32.6 billion in trade and investment deals were closed at the trade fair. In 2021, it attracted 1,500 exhibitors, making up of physical and virtual attendance, 32,541 attendees held in Egypt, attracted 1,939 exhibitors, 28,282 attendees. This included visitors and conference delegates from over 130 countries, and $43.77 billion in trade and investment deals were closed during the trade fair. Our key objectives are bringing together continental and international players interested in investing in Africa, as well as provide a platform for business opportunity, exploration between buyers and sellers. We facilitate commercial networking and the creation of new prospects between businesses and government, disseminate data on inter-African trade, investment and markets to help solve problems and promote growth, and to provide information regarding African Bank initiatives, trade finance and trade facilitation interventions. In 2025, we are looking at projected targets of 2,000 exhibitors, 35,000 visitors, 140 participating countries, and our target is $44 billion in trade to be done at the events. Move to the next slide, please. The event is made up of 7 unforgettable days, and we have 10 verticals running across these days, namely a trade exhibition, IATF Virtual, Special Days, Creative Africa Nexus Program, B2B Platform, IATF Youth Startup Program, the IATF Auto Africa Show, Diaspora Day, and the Africa Research and Innovation Platform at IATF. The trade exhibition takes place throughout the 7 days. This is open to all buyers and sellers in Africa. A key area in our exhibition vertical is country pavilions, in what not only do African nations, but also international nations also take part. Businesses from around the continent that are serious about or actively engaged in inter-African trade are invited to attend by participating nations. They each have their own pavilion to showcase their unique culture and economic activity, and each country offers a unique commercial prospects. No other event brings together so many nations' commercial interests in one place. Not limited to country pavilions, we also have agency pavilions, NGO pavilions, huge corporate pavilions, as well as SMEs from all sectors representing their goods and services. IATF facilitates meeting and network opportunities with influential business, consumer, B2B, B2C, B2G, as well as political stakeholders in Africa who are eager to do business and close a deal. For the sub-sovereigns, we'd like to also encourage you to participate in our pavilions. Creative Africa Nexus provides a platform that will showcase the African diaspora creative economy in fashion, music, film, arts, crafts, sports, literature, gastronomy, and culinary arts. The CANEX program will include a Creative Africa Summit and a dedicated creative industry exhibition and showcase. To be part of the CANEX Pavilion, book your stand today as we have limited space and you will need to register online to attend the summit, which is free of charge. Sponsors and partners, there's also a huge opportunity for you to take part in this vertical once you just make contact. So we have a booth available at the event to find out more about the Creative Africa Nexus. So you can also register at our booth and find out more information. The 4-day Trade and Investment Forum will focus on the theme Connecting African Markets in recognition of the prospects for inter-African and cross-border trade and investments to expand. Attend our Trade and Investment Forum to hear from significant players, invited speakers, and industry peers. At every point, businesses are provided with sound and trusted advice on inter-African trade. The conference is free to attend, and all you will need to do is register online for the event. For sponsors who would like to be part of this vertical, please make contact as various opportunities are available. Again, please register, and you can do it at the booths at the back, as we encourage you to register early and to also apply for visas. The B2B and B2G platform, the platform will provide opportunities for matchmaking, business exchanges, and the conclusion of business and investment deals. This is supported by the dedicated African Buyers Program. The IATF Virtual is an all-year-round platform that brings together buyers and sellers from Africa and beyond. It provides a platform for participants and non-attendees to connect in real time before, during, and after the event. The IATF Virtual Platform provides a platform where virtual visitors can visit virtual stands to interact and conduct business via the online platform. The cost of the virtual booths are $400 US. IATF Auto Africa Show will present a platform for car manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, and component suppliers to exhibit their products and interact with potential buyers, suppliers, and governments. The IATF Auto Africa Show has 3 components: a dedicated exhibition, an automotive workshop, and a B2B platform. And once again, we have our representative on the Africa Auto Show, and you can visit the booth at the back. The AU Youth Startup Program and project will provide a platform for African youth startups, SMEs, to get support through capacity building and mentoring and networking, and access to capital, supportive infrastructure, and enabling policies and market linkages. The vertical will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startups in Africa to exhibit their goods and services. Global Africa Day will highlight commercial and cultural ties between Africa, the Caribbean, and its diaspora, featuring a Global Africa Summit, market and exhibition, cultural and gastronomic showcase. We also have the Special Day segment, which has a sponsorship opportunity to countries, private sector, and public sector entities, and represents a platform for countries, private and public sector entities to showcase their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural opportunities. The first slot is reserved for the host country, Algeria. The Africa Research and Innovative Platform at IATF will allow university students, academia, and national researchers to exhibit prototypes of their inventions and showcase published research papers. IATF will therefore provide opportunities for investors and commercial support to take their research to the next market. We also have the Sub-Sovereign Governments Network. Last year, the AFNET program took place in Kisumu and is part and runs parallel to our IATF program. It brings together local governments, and there's also an opportunity for you to pitch your projects and source suitable funding. The Inter-African Trade Fair presents an immersed market with potential and opportunities for growth and expansion, bringing together buyers and sellers, enhancing government relations, and promoting trade in Africa. Kenya's inter-African trade has seen significant growth, with exports to other African countries reaching approximately $3 billion in 2022. This represented 41% of Kenya's total exports. However, this was limited to the regional trade. We've also had a lot of success stories as a result of the event. There are many more testimonials that you can find. Just waiting for the next slide. These are just some of the testimonials received. These testimonials range from small business, creative industries, the fintech, and many more. IATF is of a strategic importance to Africa, the diaspora, and the Caribbean, and has a significant impact in advancing the agenda of the inter-African trade and extra Africa. And this is without a doubt a meaningful opportunity for any sponsor to not only support and benefit from the initiative and be part of this change. Don't miss out on the chance to contribute to the discussions as we promote inter-African trade. We strongly suggest that you start finalizing your participation early. We have engaged in great length with the Algerian ministry here in Kenya. We encourage you to register early, apply for your visa. We have booths set up outside the conference room in the foyer to provide you with the information that you need on how to register. We also have information on our website in terms of planning and booking your travel. We also have information around visas, hotels, customs, to really assist you with getting to the event. We look forward to hearing from you and seeing you at IATF 2025 in the beautiful city of Algiers from the 4th to the 10th of September. Asante sana.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think there is nothing that beats the story from people that actually do things as opposed to talking. During the break, I had the opportunity to meet with Maureen Wanjiku. She's in the house. She belongs to an institution called Ghana Trade House. She actually uses PAPs. Maureen, please come over. She will take 2 minutes just to explain how a business based in Kenya, trading with Ghana, is using PAPs. Maureen, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I thought I should do this because we've been speaking a lot, and we do not want to appear like we're speaking theoretical issues and not practical ones. So please, in 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so sorry I was not ready for this. I'm Maureen Juku. I'm the office manager at the Ghana Trade House at Mombasa Road here in Kenya. Basically, we are a project that is under Ghana Export Promotional Authority. Basically, we bring goods from Ghana and sell them here in Kenya on behalf of SMEs in Ghana. I use PAPs. I used PAPs today, and it's working, and it's a testimony. Yes. If anybody has any question on what we do, then maybe I can. Okay, so our concept is that we have registered SMEs in Ghana. We have over 85 SMEs. We bring goods on their behalf to Kenya and sell to people here in Kenya and in East Africa. That's how we trade. And we pay them monthly. So we use PAPs to pay them monthly. Once we sell their goods, I have to pay every trader every end of the month. And that's how we use PAPs. Yes. And we use AFTA as well. Just another testimony. The AFTA certificate is true, it works. We use it to import as well. Yeah.
Mbona si za jaba? Si ndio? Mbona si za jaba? Dr. Gemo, in Kenya,
there's a particular nimwambie jaba inaitwa nini? Ngoja, I want to describe it because it's not a drug. A stimulant. What? It's a herb. Okay, as many are of the opinion that it's a herb, say aye. As many are of the contrary, say nay. The ayes have it. So Dr. Gainmore, there is a herb that when you take in Kenya, it normally comes from eastern part of Mount Kenya. If you take that herb, if you consume it in rather copious amounts, you begin to become very creative. Sitaki kusema unadanganya, si ndio? Innovative. We are talking about innovation, right? What's the theme? Innovative. You begin to become extremely innovative. So we are just saying that Afri-Exim Bank was not being innovative with us here by saying that PAPS actually works. PAPS inafanya kazi. I have reported on it. I have held conversations on TV, on the paper about it. So yeah. So thank you so much for enabling traders. Mr. Matareka, is there any other intervention, or that's just it?
I think the point to make is, imagine if... So the point to make is, imagine if we have other associations in other African countries bringing goods into Kenya using PAPS, and the impact that it will have. No US dollar account was debited. It's just trade facilitation using our local currency. That's the point that we are trying to drive at. And it needs to be adopted by traders. Perhaps sitting in the drawers of somebody who created it is not of use to anyone. Yeah. But it needs to be adopted. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the close of the event, but allow me to invite to the stage a very important player in this whole conversation about going to Algeria. Other countries have been able to open their borders to us, free of any visas of anything, and we hope that Charge d'Affaires of the First Secretary, there would be a consideration to have reciprocal visa-free travel so that we can travel freely. So allow me now to welcome Kahina Tunsi, who is the First Secretary and the Charge d'Affaires representing Algerian Embassy in Kenya, to the stage to give us a vote of thanks and closing remarks and tell us how our visas will be processed very fast. Once again, who around the world?
Thank you and good morning. Excellencies, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. As Algerian delegate, I am honored to speak on behalf of my government in this special gathering and to welcome all of you to Algiers in September for the Inter-African Trade Fair, IATF 2025. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the African Export-Import Bank, the Afri-Exim Bank, and all the partners for organizing these high-level roadshows to promote for IATF 2025. As previously highlighted, the Intra-African Trade Fair, which is said to be Africa's most prestigious trade and investment event, provides a unique platform to engage with the African continent and to meet and engage with the African business community from all sectors. This by bringing together, of course, heads of states and governments, ministers of trade, finance, culture, and other ministries, as well as high-profile businesses, small and medium enterprises, and industry leaders. As per now, it is impressive to know that over $100 billion has been put in trade and investment deals and have been closed cumulatively with over 70,000 visitors and more than 4,500 exhibitors participating in the last 3 editions of the IATF. These extraordinary figures testify to the huge economic impact of the IATF that exceeds a simple trade show. As a host country, Algeria is expecting to welcome over 35,000, it was already mentioned,
35,000 visitors coming from 140 countries, accompanied by more than 2,000 exhibitors representing the entire African continent and their international partners. This massive gathering will create more than 75 national pavilions, offering an unparalleled showcase of African entrepreneurship, innovation, and commercial excellence. This gathering is projected to translate into over $44 billion in trade and investment deals. Under the aspiring team Getaway to New Opportunities, this 7-day event promises to transform the continental economic landscape and redefine African trade partnerships by bringing together continental and global players to explore business and investment opportunities in Africa. To ensure the success of this prominent continental economic event, Algeria is committed to spare no efforts for the smooth running of this activity. This commitment is part of the implementation of the strategy of the President of the Republic, Mr. Abdelmajid Tebboune, that aims to strengthen African integration and promotes economic cooperation between the countries of our continent, to establish a strong economic foundation for achieving sustainable development and the well-being of the peoples of Africa. This engagement also comes into play at a time when the international economic climate is unfavorable for the continent as protectionism is on the rise worldwide. This reality demonstrates the need for Africa to rely on itself in the context of continental cooperation by taking advantage of the continent's potential and infrastructure through platforms such as the IATF. To this end, Algeria have already started its journey to extend the African economic integration by launching several initiatives that aims to open banks and permanent trade fairs in several African countries, as well as by the implementation of economic reforms that aim to empower the private sector, making it more open to partnerships and investments. Dear guests, we invite all partners and institutions to actively participate in this meeting. We encourage them all to raise ambition and provide opportunities for the success of IATF 2025. I also would like to ensure that all infrastructure and logistical, organizational, human and material resources have been mobilized to successfully host this important continental economic event. A high-level intersectoral committee to oversee the preparation has been also set to meet the highest international standards in celebrating this event while reflecting the African exceptional excellence and hospitality. A detailed event guide with all the essential details to help you get ready for an incredible experience in Algiers has been made available on the event website, the IATF website. The necessary arrangements have been also made to facilitate the obtaining of visas for all participants. Information on obtaining visas will soon be available on the Algerian Embassy in Kenya in Nairobi website to facilitate procedures and speed up the processing of applications. In this regard, it is highly appreciated that all participants meet the correct visa requirements to make it very easy for us to accelerate the process of obtaining the visa. Last but not least, participants are also advised to request visa obtention through formal notification to the Algerian embassies and or consulates in their countries, I mean the African countries, and the Algerian embassies and consulates in the African countries, and to register to the event as soon as possible. So like this to allow us time to quickly proceed to this visa obtention. Then also, customs facilities for products entry have been also made to facilitate the movement or the smooth movement of the products. Having said that, once again, we reiterate our commitment to supporting you all through this journey for a very good experience in my beloved country. Welcome all to Algeria, the door of Africa. Thank you so much.
All right, there being no any further business, the meeting was? Thank you so much. You've been so lovely the whole day, kept active. I loved hosting you guys. It was a pleasure hearing your questions, your concerns. I am truly, truly grateful
I was in your company today. My name is Brian George Otieno. You can catch me on NTV Monday to Friday, or on social media at Brian George Otieno. Sorry, at Brian George _KE. Only verified accounts. I have a lot of impersonators out there. Kind of a big deal, you know. Sorry. But thank you so much. It was a pleasure hosting you, and see you on the next one. And see you in Algeria. Yes, see you in Algeria. Thank you. You can network, have lunch, grab a contact of somebody you want to talk to or something. And thank you.